the opportunity to be part of this historic event. It is a true privilege to contribute to our nation's democratic process.
And we're
And
live
thank you all
here
for watching.
with the first presidential debate. This is going to be a big one. We're going to be doing some live coverage here for the pre-show. And once it gets started, we'll just let you guys listen to it and watch it.
Thank you,
and
Tom
then we'll
and
give
Barbara,
our
very
commentary.
much.
Here come the Trumps.
Most valuable player award
Ooh,
for
it's
this
gonna
evening
be
goes to
good.
Toby Cosgrove. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. One housekeeping bit for the audience. As soon as this debate is over, if you will please remain seated, you will be shown which way to exit.
So what do we think is going to happen
And
tonight?
please
Well,
stay
I think
where
it's
you
going to be
are
pretty
until
simple.
that happens. I would like to now introduce
I
Chris
think-
Wallace, the moderator of this evening's
Moderator's
debate.
coming on. Prediction time real quick. I think Biden's going to screw up big time, and he might do better than expected or worse. It's going to be either or. I think he's going to do worse. Let's see. Oh, we can't hear Chris. Great. Off to a great start, guys. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's get it on. Hello. Why didn't we hear anything? Don't hear anything. All right, guess we'll just keep doing predictions. So I think there's going to be some gaffes. There's going to be some jabs, some savage moments, some funny parts by Trump. It's going to be a brutal one for Biden, I think Trump's going to try and keep pulling him off script. And when he does that, that's Biden's weakness, is when he's off script. So if he keeps doing that, he's going to win. Trump's going to win. Would be nice if we had some audio here. It's the Fox stream too. What gives? Is that Joe Biden? Oh, she's so worried. Oh no, is he gonna make it? All right, it better work. Oh, they're looking good as always.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that. He ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right. There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy with.
simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
White.
one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any, and one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can, they do, they will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me about this.
I'm happy to talk about this.
And if you were here,
Look,
it wouldn't be
here's the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
infected. You would have been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President.
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
the
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already
You don't know it's
begun.
on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is
you
it on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for a minute?
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well, I'll
I
give
got
you an
rid of the
and when I
individual
finish,
mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me,
opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask
Obamacare.
her.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part
me.
of Obama.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and
to,
we will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
What about
All of the
pre-existing
things that
conditions?
we've done,
He has not cut
insulin. I
health
give
care.
you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact-
pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say,
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion.
No,
Let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about,
big,
this
this
you'll
is
be happy,
big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the Vice President, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
well, if I can
sorry.
ask you the question, it will
Not
end
what your party says, by the way.
it will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would, Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option, number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie Sanders, who's far
did-
left, on the manifesto,
when
we
you-
call it.
when
And that gives
manifest-
you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you
I'm
saying
not
you
going to
didn't
listen to
agree?
him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm
Not by
here
much.
standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left
Well,
2
I
days
tell
early.
you,
You would have lost every primary
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to
With
make
what?
sure because
With what?
here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agreed.
want to
Hey,
make
Joe,
sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Talk,
the wrong
Joe,
night at
go.
the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Now
let
you're
him-
disavowing it.
There is no manifesto, number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan
Folks,
that's absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Medicare.
Do you
Mr.
have any
President.
do?
Socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well, I
President,
tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care because
Bernie?
because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two,
yeah.
there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give
Number
them better
three.
health care at a much lower price
But-
because
and by the way,
Obamacare
he
is
doesn't know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen,
gentlemen, you
is
realize
no
if you're
good,
both
Joe.
speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better. And I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual
true.
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
and I
known
just
for.
had a meeting with them. They said the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive,
I got you.
premiums
I
are
got
too
it.
high, and
That's
it
what his
doesn't work.
peop- that's what his
So
people
we
said.
do want to
No,
get rid of it.
But it's
Chris,
an
we
open
want to get rid of it.
I
and
understand
give
it, sir,
something
but I have
that's
to. I
cheaper
have to
and
give
better.
you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the Vice President talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care. Of
course we do.
Please.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right.
He's
I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't wanna
you're a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question
you want
is
to put a lot of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justice,
the
radical
question,
left.
Will you
Who
shut
is
up,
on,
man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
right.
Gentlemen,
This is-
I think
This
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the
unpresidential.
court.
That
We
is
have
so-
I'm not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47 years, you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject, so let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out
Sir,
back
it's
in
his 2
March
minutes.
exactly
it's so
what we
wrong.
should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you...
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was no recession.
You made a point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people.
And
you would have been
And by the way,
months late.
his own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't trust
Dr. Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
So you're suggesting that the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available, just like
He
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available, not when it will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. by the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, and you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up, though,
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying
no,
you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people, and by the way.
I spoke to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way.
They will have the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
see,
and
he-
it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
I look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with the Senate.
But-
And he sits on his golf course. And I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a
he
great thing
just
by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to
thing.
another
I've
subject.
got to
But
respond.
those,
I
but
wanna
those
move,
states,
gentlemen, I
those
wanna move
states
on to
are
another
not
subject.
doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
President
shut
Trump,
down the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer, And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said the opposite.
No serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious
at
I wanna
Dr.
ask you-
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I
say
want to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got a
Said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
for
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours' notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35,000, 40,000
All right.
people
wanna
at any of these rallies.
Just
Yes.
quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others. You got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his two. Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town, and I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open.
Okay.
I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took a phony ad.
Gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
I went... you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good, and we have a very, I built a great company.
I'm asking you a specific question, which is...
But let me tell you...
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars,
So
yes.
not $750?
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes, on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make, the federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming, it turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in a hole.
Excuse
number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number 2.
No.
Chris. They said it would
This
take
guy
a
is
miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of
not
my
agree.
standard fare.
I'm the guy
He
that brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
industry.
All right, let him.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies
No,
came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
And
that.
they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down
All right, gentlemen,
18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also,
Simply
while we're
not
at it,
true.
why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million.
is
What
not
did he
true.
do to deserve it?
That
What
is
did he do with Burisma
none
to
of that-
deserve
Wait, wait,
$183,000?
None
You've
of
asked
that
your
is
question,
true.
let him answer.
None of that is true. It's
Oh, really?
been
He didn't
totally
get
But no,
$3.5
hey,
million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally-
President, please. You've
totally
asked a question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
Well, wait, he didn't get
No, no.
$3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
that is not true.
Oh,
Here's-
really?
Mr.
Oh.
President,
But, Mr.
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
It
you
is
have
not a
raised an
fact.
issue. Let the
It's been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
no
my
job?
son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he
and
did.
Mr.
the only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
something-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
who?
And
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the
By the
media,
media,
by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
under
ask you
oath,
this,
under-
Joe.
under
No, no,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
Even the
you.
people under.
He got $3.5 million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some
good
because
job.
some people don't do
well,
a good
here's
job.
The,
With you,
Go
they
ahead.
say-
You get
here's the
wait a
deal.
minute. You get the final word, Mr.
well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this
Hey,
this
let me just
person.
say, Joe.
No. I'm Mr. President. I'm
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply
Why did he
not true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
No, let him go.
my
Let-
family
already
lost
wrote-
a fortune by coming down and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's such
and
a.
they're right
That's
here.
it, Mr.
That's
President.
such
Every
a great.
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
my
coming and
family or
helping
his
us with
family. It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't
American
collect
people.
$3.5 million
He
for
doesn't.
nothing.
That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
you
here.
All right,
Take
that's
Not
the,
about
end of
here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken the money.
We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a very-
President,
but Chris,
no,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
That's
I-
He
a good
stood
thing.
up.
No,
he stood up,
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine
No, sir.
with $1 billion if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the press.
You know what?
absolutely not
stop.
You're on
true.
tape doing it.
You're going to
You're on
have
tape.
True.
Gentlemen.
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice, but
he's
I see
on
it seems to
tape.
be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than.
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is who's
now,
2 minutes, sir.
Second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the Black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and, in many cases, radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful protest?
President
No,
Trump,
it's
I'm not
not,
asking.
but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the
Yes,
issue
go
of
ahead,
race. I
please.
promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than he does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
the reason is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you in
crime.
favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow it.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead,
I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You asked a
Everybody's in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order.
Law
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more in ours.
All right, we're now.
is president of the
Mr. President,
United
you're going
States of America.
Mr. President,
every record in the
Mr.
book.
President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's
and
exactly
so-
my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died, shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
I was
better.
raised,
Go ahead. Wait a minute.
I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles on racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. Yeah. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police offices. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support.
Look,
he has no law enforcement support.
That's not true.
Almost nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead.
Look,
think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think
about
it.
folks,
Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported
gentlemen,
you,
I think I'm going to take back the
There
moderator's
aren't. I don't
role,
think there are any.
and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Really? Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street, and they shot him. And for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the
all right.
But here's the point.
Go ahead,
the point is that That's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
Wait, I have to answer his statement.
You have
His
repeatedly.
statement. Wait,
you have
just one
No,
second.
you've been talking back
You made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to
you know,
end it.
sir.
I would love to end it. and
You
we
know, if
would
you want to
very-
switch seats,
we would very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd
I'm
send in the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do that,
specifically
but
do it?
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say,
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you
If
saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Well,
peace.
then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to
supremacists.
condemn?
White
Proud Boys.
supremacists and right-wing
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem.
His
This
own
is a left-wing.
FBI director
This
said
is a
the threat
left-wing
of
Go ahead,
problem.
white
Go ahead, sir.
supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you gotta be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what
Oh, really?
his
It's an idea.
His
Okay.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well,
we're
then
gonna-
you know what?
No,
He's
no,
wrong.
we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next.
Everybody
We're moving.
gives you
Bat
advice
hits
in
you
your
over the head, that's
administration.
not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is bad.
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas. that are
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump
And
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling, and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you, because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term.
Fine, sir.
300 judges, it's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got
And-
$3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add
No,
back
no,
He's
I'm
a
not
person
asking.
that's
That
not
was a
yelling.
rhetorical
That's
question.
all.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah,
Because-
yes,
okay.
you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's President of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about Hunter?
I'm talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah, you
Hunter
know
got
Beau.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
for
wasn't dishonorably
cocaine
discharged.
use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you
None
became
of that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune.
my son,
And he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why
I'm
was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right.
But he
dollars?
wasn't given
All right.
tens of millions
He was
of dollars.
given
That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that's been
dollars.
totally
President Trump,
discredited.
we've already been through.
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make
I know,
a
but when
judgment
somebody
call here.
gets $3.5 million
Okay, great.
from the
Let's talk
mayor
about-
of Moscow,
let's talk
That is
about-
not
I think
true.
it's a terrible
That
thing.
report is totally
Why did he get
discredited.
it?
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very
Do you
exciting
believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of
I
this
think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
that's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars and trucks?
Well, not really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored.
No, but you would take a lot of cars
rollback
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And, and I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Right. Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability of us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that, in fact, is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, makes sure that he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is the guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they
the
want to rip
Biden
down
plan.
Go for a
buildings
minute, and then you can go.
and rebuild the building.
No,
It's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that
ridiculous,
is not
where
the case.
airplanes are out of
minute, sir.
business,
That's
where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want to
true.
take out the cows, too.
Not
You know, that's not
true.
true either, right?
Not
this is
true.
this is a 100
Simply-
trillion.
look,
That's more money than our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're
not
going.
the case.
All right, let
It
me,
will-
let me,
it will
let me,
destroy our
because I
country.
actually, wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs,
$100
good-paying
trillion.
jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100
They-
billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up a
we
lot of
we are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen,
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion,
That is
not
not
$20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to
All
rebuild
right.
every
If he
asked-
knew
you asked-
anything
wait, no, no,
about,
wait.
if he
Gentlemen,
knew
He
anything
made a
about,
statement
Gentlemen.
about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the
Vice-
military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
not
said
true.
it.
Stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that to
Play
the
it.
Stop.
military.
Play it.
Go ahead.
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
You don't remember much.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the
the-
idea of what your
the
environmental
Green New
changes
Deal-
will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support?
No, I don't support the Green
Oh,
New Deal.
you don't? Oh, well, that's a
You
big
let-
statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden-
lost the radical left.
I
Come.
support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election, and what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks, because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, We're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change, or are you going to get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that,
sir,
all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President
a fraud.
Trump,
It's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter, of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what
they
are you
throw
going to
them
do
out
about it?
left
There
and
are
right.
millions of ballots going out
What
right
you
now.
do
What
is
are
you
gonna
go
do?
and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
No,
and
no,
that's
I
okay,
know
or
your
you go and
complaint.
vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go
have
and vote. You go and
No,
vote,
but
like
what I'm
they
saying is, what are
like
you
they
gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people?
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country.
There is no.
This is not.
There is no.
This is
evidence
not
of
going to
that.
end well.
There is
Okay.
no
This
evidence
is
of that.
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden.
5 states
fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What we're saying is, they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by the time, by Election Day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
what the
wrong.
outcome
You're
is.
wrong.
No, I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love counting
Vice
the
President
vote.
Biden. Because
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a
fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court, with a Justice Barrett, will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you, that is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots
I have a final
sent in
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't. And already
All
there's
right,
been
so now-
fraud.
Mail service
deception.
delivers
Wait a minute, gentlemen. In the
185
final
million
question
pieces of mail a
is,
day.
in
million
8
ballots.
states, we can keep talking.
It's
in
a-
8
it's a
states,
disgrace.
election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and
Yes.
flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks.
Could be months.
Until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the Vice President, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election,
urging them what?
I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you
what does that
from
mean,
a
not go
common
along?
sense,
Does that mean
I'll
you're gonna
tell you
tell
what
your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you
street?
have a fraudulent election. You're
And what are
sending
you
out
gonna do?
80
And
million
what would you
ballots.
do about that?
They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two,
Okay.
they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
You think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. They count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since at the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established.
Take
Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
I
in
asked
Manhattan.
you had an opportunity
Look
to
at
respond.
Carolyn Monroe.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats, I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
Trump, the greatest president of all time. We love you, Trump.
All right, we are back. Now let's get the boys in. All right. Hello, hello. Are you
up?
there, Alex?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Yeah, I missed a bunch of that debate because I had to pick Nikki up. What were your thoughts on it? I saw like kind of towards the tail end of that.
I don't have an opinion yet. I'll be honest. I'll see what Phil has to say, but okay, one thing I will say for certain, dude, is that Chris Wallace is a total hack. He did decently in 2016 as a moderator, but this time he spread the fine people hoax, that Trump called the Charlottesville people fine people, the Nazis and the racists. He spread the hoax about, he never fact checked the hoax about Trump calling the vets losers and suckers. And he also, he tried to get Trump to condemn the Proud Boys. He tried to lump the Proud Boys in as white nationalists and Nazis. I'm going to see what Twitter's saying. But then he also, what was the worst? There was one that was really bad too. Oh yeah, he was like asking the basic question he was asking Biden was, do you support Black Lives Matter's mission to defund the police? But he didn't say it that way. He's like, do you support Black Lives Matter's call to reimagine policing in communities? I'm like, dude.
Yeah, I think someone fucking paid him.
I know. I am getting super suspicious of that. Let's get Joe Rogan. Oh, Proud Boys are trending on Twitter already. Wow. Trump did not condemn them. He just said, hey.
Yeah, why would he?
He said, stand back and stand by. Yes, sir.
I don't see why he fucking would condemn them. Like, what the fuck have they done? All they've done is fought against Antifa, which is, no wonder fucking Biden condemns them. It's his supporters.
Yeah.
That, they get into fucking fights.
The best moments for Trump, and this is always a smart debate tactic, is be on offense, put your opponent on defense by asking them questions. And so he nailed them with Hunter Biden. He said that Hunter Biden received, was it $50 billion, whatever the frick it was, and Biden just couldn't answer. He was just fumbling. And then when he asked him, Trump said oh, I've been endorsed by hundreds of police unions and police officers, and Biden's like, that's not true. And he goes, how many did endorsed you? Name one that endorsed you. Biden couldn't do it. Those are his best moments. I think Biden also performed better than people would expect because the bar was so low. And I even said before this started, I said he's probably going to do worse than people expect or better. And there's a good chance he'd go better, and he did perform better than people expect because the bar was so fucking low.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of interrupting, which I think was Trump's biggest problem, is that he used to be really good. Like in 2016, he knew when to interrupt, to control the conversation, to control the narrative, to dominate the debate. I think they picked up on that. And Chris Wallace would keep trying to get him to stop, and then Biden would be talking over him. So it was two people talking over Trump.
Well, that's the thing. I feel that since there wasn't a lot, at least if there was a live audience, I didn't fucking hear it. It didn't feel like there's a live audience.
They didn't say anything.
Yeah, and I feel like that's almost that's kind of a bad thing for Trump because he does better, I think, when there's a live audience.
Yeah. The live audience does help because when you get the audience on your side, or even if you get them against you, like when he did in 2016 where he pivoted, those are the elitists and special interests booing me because I'm fighting for the American people. That sort of stuff is good, but dude, Chris Wallace is a fool. I wonder if China paid this fucker off.
Yeah, that's...
Because every time Trump would interrupt, Chris Wallace would lose his shit. Biden interrupts, oh, it's okay. Gonna love that.
You gotta have someone make some fucking memes about that.
Yeah, dude, there will be.
I think they have that one Cuphead meme where it's the fucking who was that that sunflower and it's just screaming. It would be Trump interrupts, Biden interrupts, and it's doing that.
Yeah. I don't think Trump did that good. I think he didn't look. He kind of like took the bait, and the bait was to get him to keep, like, they tried to get under his skin and get him to kind of like keep interrupting. That's what he did, and I think he kind of fell for it. But you could tell he was learning throughout it. Like in the middle and end of the debate, you could tell he was like, "All right, if I just put Biden, I'll take him off the script. You can get somewhere." Majority of voters would likely watch a debate moderated by Joe Rogan. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
I wish that would actually happen. Joe Rogan greater than Chris Wallace.
Bar's not exactly set too high with that one.
I know, right? Let's see. Yeah, so we tried to do a stream here. Didn't get a lot. We got some likes on the video, which was good. I was gonna do commentary during it, but since you guys couldn't make it, which is fine, then we just do it afterwards. I mean, probably couldn't squeeze in much commentary anyway with all the talking over each other.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the other thing. When Trump was going off about Antifa, because they were trying to say like all these white supremacists and Proud Boys and all these awful people were gonna clump together or causing all this violence, he then starts pivoting to attack Antifa, and Biden said Antifa's simply an idea.
No, they're fucking they're a group. They're organized like Black Lives Matter. Same fucking thing.
Yeah. I think Candace Owens has the right take here. Not a single American mind was changed tonight. Needle was not moved in either direction. I tend to agree.
Yeah, I don't think Trump did bad enough where it would
hurt him.
change. Like, yeah, and I don't think Biden really did good enough to where it really helped him. I think that's sort of where we're at.
What's up,
Phil?
What's going on?
How you doing? So how much did you see?
Quite a bit of it.
What do you think of it?
Oh, well, I think that after, I'll start it off by saying, fuck Chris Wallace, because
fuck him is right. That's the first thing I talked about here was how awful he was, and he did good last year in 2016.
He softballed Joe Biden on literally everything. Didn't call Biden out for interrupting Donald Trump,
and never fact checked him,
and then gave Donald Trump nonstop high heat, like the whole fucking debate. At two, and I think Joe Biden's on something. I think he's on some performance enhancing drugs. I do. Like, you look at his eyes, like they're fucking, like they're glazed like a person that's on like something is. Like they're like glassy, glazed, something along those lines. Like, it looks like he's on something. And he's starting to fade. Like, you notice how he's starting to fade, like at the end.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, those drugs are wearing off.
Like barely able to make at the end. I feel like he was like getting dragged across the finish line. His wife came up to him.
Yeah, those drugs were wearing off, and yeah, I think that's what happened.
I think for the next debate, what Trump needs to go and do is like save all his like hard questions till the end when his.
He's even as bad as this one was. It's probably the best one he's gonna get. Probably the best one he's gonna get. I don't think he's gonna get a better one with CNN or MSNBC. Because those are the two that are doing the next two, right?
So yeah, I think it's I'll check, but I think it is.
Yeah.
I will say.
So
I think
the MSNBC one will be flat out fucking garbage.
Wait, I don't know if they have one on MSNBC. I thought it was like PBS or something.
Oh, okay, so PBS, maybe
I'll
PBS.
check.
Maybe if PBS, maybe he has a chance. Maybe he has a chance with a PBS one.
It's usually something like that. They pick like a left, right, and what appears to be center, but not really.
Yeah.
It is
I think,
going to.
but at least PBS there'll be a chance.
Mhm.
If it's PBS, there'll be at least be a chance, which might actually be a better chance than with this fucking ass clown.
Actually, yeah, it's okay. It's kind of what I said. So they really don't pick a station necessarily. They pick a moderator. So for the first one, it was Chris Wallace. So that's basically Fox. The next one is Steve Scully, which is basically C-SPAN. And then the final one is Christian Welker, which is basically NBC.
Yeah.
I think C-SPAN will be pretty good. Usually,
Yeah.
I think the
They're
second
too
one's
boring
going to be
to
the best one.
they're too boring to be partisan.
But they are partisan. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They're so boring
It's
that
growing,
they
but
slip
grossly
into
partisan.
partisanism.
That's true. I never actually fucking watch them.
And the VP one is Susan Page, who's with USA Today. So that's the
Who even
slate
cares
of it.
about the VP one, honestly?
What was that?
Who even's really gonna watch the VP? Like, I mean,
That
I'll
one
watch
doesn't matter. I like the idea of it, but I think it's one of the most pointless, stupidest debates. Like, it doesn't do anything. Not saying we shouldn't have it, but I don't think a single mind has ever been changed by a VP debate. Unless there's like a really good or really bad moment. Like that's just like once in 10 years, once in a decade. I think we can all agree right out of the gate, Chris Wallace is the biggest loser of this debate. Biggest loser. Guy lost all his credibility tonight.
I think it was, I think his credibility took a shitter.
But did anybody win the debate? And I'm not trying to look, obviously I love Trump and I work for the guy.
So let me go back to my original. So
sure. Yes.
So Chris Wallace was garbage. Joe Biden was on PEDs. And with all of that, I still think Trump won the debate. With all of that said, I still think he won the debate.
Well, see, here's my thing. I mean, I know you're going to disagree with me on this. I think the bar was set so low for Joe Biden that by not losing the debate, he theoretically won.
I agree, actually. And I don't think he technically... Here's the thing. It's a perception of a win. I don't think he won in the sense of... Because we need to define winning. They never define who wins a debate. Like, I think it's stupid how they analyze things. But I don't think he won in the sense of actually gaining votes. I think he just is still in the game now. It's not like a slaughter now. It's like, okay, now this is actually kind of a competition here. Maybe that's only going to last a week, a month. We'll see. But,
well, I don't know. I don't know if like either side, like obviously the left is going to be jerking Joe Biden off, and the fucking, I mean, they were going to do that regardless. Like he could have. Joe Biden could have shit his pants in the middle of the fucking stage, and the left would have still been like, "Oh, you did such an amazing job." Like, I think the right has been more impressed with Donald Trump, given the level of difficulty. The right understands the level of difficulty that he faced tonight. Like,
it was 2 against 1. Like,
it was difficult. Yeah. And that's how it is a lot of the time. A lot of the times, like, even with like, and you look at it in sports with like MVP voting and stuff like that, it's like sometimes like the opponents of certain candidates go into question, like more. Like if like, for example, like an MVP case, like if one athlete faces tougher opponents and does good with the tougher opponents, then it weighs more than somebody who does more, or college, like the college polls, like the AP college polls with college football, right? So like if that's another thing. Like if a top 25 team plays a difficult schedule, even if they lose, it's not going to hit them as bad as if they lose to like an unranked team or anything like that. Like I think we're seeing, it's obvious we are seeing Donald Trump he was fighting with one hand tied behind his back, and he still, in my mind, he came out on top. Like, he still came out on top. Just like it was incredible, and he was sharp, like I knew he was going to be. He was quick-witted, like I knew he was going to be. Answered to everything, responded to everything with a matter of quickness. He would. It was, and he adjusted well, and he adjusted incredibly well to Chris Wallace.
Did you notice
Like,
that
that's
he
a difficult.
learned throughout it? You know what I mean? I think in the beginning, I'll break this down to 3 acts.
You know, I don't think he was expecting Chris Wallace to
Be that bad.
I think that's what it was. I think he was expecting it to be like down the middle. He's like, okay, I could see this. He's gonna hate on me a little bit, but he's gonna hate on Biden, and then we're gonna like, and then it was just like, I think he was shocked. I think there was a little bit of, yeah. I mean, everybody was shocked.
Because he was good last time. Like, of all them,
Yeah.
last time he was the best.
Yeah.
And look, and I know the guy's a Democrat. Like, Chris Wallace is a Democrat. Like, let's be real.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But he did good last time. He was the best one
Yeah.
in 2016 debates. This time, holy shit. He kept, framing it as like, Trump, oh, you interrupt so much. You're so awful. This is all.
And then doesn't do shit when Biden interrupts him. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
Now, with that all said, though, I think Trump. The pauses of what he did. He always, when I first saw the 2 on there, Trump seemed strong, energetic, focused, confident, and Biden seemed nervous, old, and weak. Strong and weak was a contrast. Now, I think both of them learned and got comfortable with it throughout it. I know Trump kind of knew how to get Biden. Biden then kind of knew how to get Trump and kind of put on a better face. But Trump's always, his strategy is to be the loudest man in the room and come out the most powerful, the most talked about, the strong man. It worked in 2016 well. I think the Democrats learned that lesson because I kind of agree with you and I kind of disagree because I think Trump, I think he interrupted just a bit too much that it got annoying. And I think that's where the Democrats knew they could keep getting him to interrupt and make it come off annoying and abrasive. I think Trump needs to find a better balance with that. And look, this is the best thing about Trump. The people need to remember coming out this night. He is the most adaptable, learnable, teachable, whatever you want to call it. He is like an old dog that can learn new tricks over and over again. He knows how to adapt and to learn and to keep evolving. And that's what you're going to see next time. I think Biden's problem is he's not going to evolve that much. I think the bar has been raised. Like, this is the problem of doing good now, is that now he's kind of raised the bar. I mean, he can't go too much from here, whereas Trump can have some room to grow in a positive way. But I think Trump won on the Supreme Court stuff, tying him to the radical left, bringing up Antifa, where Biden called just an idea, which triggered me. I went, what?
Yeah. That got law. I mean, the biggest winner though was the law enforcement. He tried to get
Yes.
Biden to say, hey, name one law enforcement organization.
And the
he's like,
Burisma thing with Hunter.
yeah.
That was a close second because I thought that was the
Yeah.
best one. Then I saw the law enforcement thing, and he was smart because, again, this is a common debate tactic I am guilty of using all the time, is when you want to really get somebody on the defense, you ask them questions they can't answer. It's so simple and so effective. Biden was at first kind of able to skirt out of those. He would just keep going, talk about something else, and then interrupting, and pile on.
He did get, and I'll say one thing Trump did do well. He did kind of bait Biden into saying some like other shit. Like he started, did you notice that? Like he started baiting him to getting.
Well, he got him to say on tape, "I don't want to defund the police." He got him to say on tape, "The Green New Deal's not mine." So
Yeah.
this is the good strategy right here, is that you
Yep.
don't want to unify the moderates and the radicals, which is something that could have happened with Biden. But Trump was able to make Biden piss off the radicals, because Trump was saying, "Oh, look, he supports all these radical things," and Biden goes, "No, I don't." So he fucks over his own base. So that's to me, like you said, yeah, he baited him into that. He baited him into saying on tape that Hunter Biden did not receive the money, and that's all false. Even though I think that's an issue that's not going to be the top one. I think the law enforcement one's like the best, because Trump clearly has hundreds of law enforcement endorsing him. We all know he's a law and order guy. We all know the cops like Trump and the back the blue stuff. And when he said, name one police union or law enforcement group that supports you,
But he did,
he couldn't
and you
name
noticed
one.
no. So he said that he didn't support the Green New Deal, but he said that somehow that the Green New Deal would pay for itself.
Oh, I
So
didn't
there
even
was
catch
kind of a
that
little
part.
bit, yeah, there was kind of a little bit of a flippish, like it was like a little bit of a flippish, floppish, like which is almost just as important. Like if you could just kind of you get them to teeter, you I think you got them. Like
Mm-hmm.
I like that response.
But I don't
Antifa,
think.
yeah,
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 the Antifa one was great. And did
yeah.
you see Chris Wallace brought up the fine people hoax? He's like, "Oh, you called the bad people in Charlottesville fine people." Total lie. Again.
Yep.
And I wish,
Yep.
if there's one thing I wish Trump did better at, was just quickly debunking these things and moving on. I know you don't want to kind of focus on these things because it gives it more oxygen and makes it worse, actually. But he should just quickly debunk it and move on. Which you notice he started to do at the end, because he came back to the losers and suckers fake news about the military. He said, by the way, that's like a total lie that your people made up. See, because he realized he's got to kind of, correct that. But Chris Wallace tried to lump in the Proud Boys with white supremacists. I was like, will you condemn the Proud Boys? And Trump goes, Proud Boys, stand by. I'm like, sir,
That's
yes,
awesome.
sir. Lord Master General Leader. That shit
Love it.
pissed me off that Wallace tried to do that. And that's where I could see the left-wing bias, because that's something a leftist would say, or a fake conservative. It's just like, there's like these little litmus tests. It's the Proud Boys, it's Alex Jones, it's Milo, it's Loomer. Like, you can tell if these people think these people are Nazis or they say bad things about them. You're like, yep, you're not one of us. You're not one of the cool people. Okay, let's see what the media is saying, because that's kind of what matters more than what happens in the debate in some ways. The Hill is saying Biden projects weakness, a tough sell to Americans. That, again, that is where Trump is always strongest, is being the strong man. And I think in the
Yep.
beginning, he effectively made Biden look weak. In the middle is, I think, Biden's best part. Act 2 is where Biden won. Act 1, Trump won. Act 3, kind of back and forth, honestly. Trump won some, Biden won some. Who won more in the end? I really don't know, and I don't think it matters. I think this is honestly a tie. You could argue this debate is a tie, or you could argue Trump won.
I think that the fact that it's a tie, because honestly, it shouldn't even be close.
It
I
shouldn't.
think the fact that it's a tie is almost a fucking win.
It could be, because, again, like
don't know.
you said, him just doing, like, getting a 50% when they expect him to get like a 0% on his test makes him win, kind of.
Yeah, that's sort of what I've been saying.
See what Drudge is saying, that hack. You had something to say, Phil?
Let's see. CBS poll. Who won the debate? Guess who fucking won? Guess who won according to the CBS News poll?
Ooh, I bet it's Trump by a huge margin.
Yeah, you're only off by a lot.
How much are they having Biden winning?
Let's see. 48-41.
That's actually not bad. I mean, like, look, I get I agree with your point that you're making through your sarcasm, but Think of
Who,
how
me?
rigged these polls
Me?
are.
Sarcastic? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you would never.
Never.
Like one of my volunteers I was texting was like, "I hope you're kidding about this." And I'm like, "Kidding? Me? No. No, 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 no. I'm Mr. Serious. We don't kid here. This is the Trump campaign. We don't kid around. I'm a Trump supporter. No, I don't kid around. I don't troll. You know, it's like, I don't know. America needs to learn comedy, but that's not bad. That's actually not bad. You know, considering how rigged those polls are and how it's literally only been like, what, 20 minutes since it ended, that's actually not bad for a CBS poll. Drudge has a clown emoji. Debate, circus. Now, will you shut up, man? Oldest candidates in history. Drudge. I don't read him ever. Where else can we get? Let's watch some. I know this is gonna be painful. Maybe we need like a disclaimer on the video now, but let's tune into a little CNN.
I also think that there's a lot more to pick apart on what Joe Biden said than what Trump said for the debate.
Yeah.
A lot more. Because I mean, he's kind of there was definitely a lot of low lights, little bit of tripping on his own words.
That's something.
Lying. He's
Yeah.
actually kind of bullshitted a lot too, which kind of, surprised me. I mean,
It
I
shouldn't
didn't
surprise
think.
you.
I mean, not that he did, but the level to which he kind of did it. I mean, I knew. I mean, he's a Democrat. Of course, he was going to lie, but like the level to which it happened. There's some stuff.
Well, I think it was like everything he would like. Whenever Trump would get him on something, he would immediately lie, and that I think in the end that doesn't really matter. But I think does matter is his stumbling, because that was something I noticed.
Yeah,
I noticed he repeatedly would be like, "We need $1 million," and it's like it took me out of it. I'm like, you old fuck, like get it together, man. You know, it's like. Yeah. Whereas again, Trump has the energy and the strength, and like, I don't know if any of this really changes any votes. I don't think it actually does.
No.
But I think it shows you and teaches you a lot, and it's going to be interesting how they come out in round 2. I think round 2 is going to be the more interesting one.
I think right now, it's probably going to look like Biden held his own. But I think that the longer we wait, the more I think the flaws are going to be seen in Joe Biden's debate. Like you don't really see it as much like when it's actually happening, but it's like, well, I mean, you do kind of see it, but like, dude, people can play back. Like people can play back these debates now, so they can see all your little fuck ups, and especially like, well, of course, I mean, Chris Wallace. What the fuck to say about that?
Oh God.
Piece
of shit of the week. He really like I can't understate how he's the biggest loser of all this. He just was atrocious. At first I was kind of like, okay, he's just trying to be I'm the middleman here. I'm not part of this circus. I'm so intellectual and so substantive. Like I thought he was just playing that silly role. And so I'm like, okay, whatever. But it just got worse. And he kept bringing up hoax after hoax after hoax and never fact-checked Biden on these hoaxes. It was like, dude, this is so clear. And then he was even laughing with Biden. You know, did you see that part near the end where Biden's like, he said something snarky and Chris Wallace like, ha ha ha, I totally agree with you. I'm the common man here. I'm so decent, like you. It's like, dude, I hate this idea, because like Chris would be like, let's have a serious debate now. I think the American people want some substance. No, they don't. They say they do, but they don't, okay? Nobody cares really about substance. They really, really don't. If they did, they would be Googling both candidates, making freaking like PowerPoints and like spreadsheets comparing them, and like fact checking every little thing and like tallying up the lies. What? Nobody gives a shit about substance. I mean, Trump knows that, and that's why he ran without going into super specifics, because people get confused and lost, and it gets complicated. Nobody likes complicated. They like simple, to the point, something they can digest and understand. Trump understands that, and that's what he always did. And that's the one thing I think, too, you could see come out of this, is a lot of what maybe Biden's goodish points, you could call them, are going to get forgotten. I don't even fucking remember them now. There's no standout. Like, it just, I don't know. Let's see. CNN is coming up with a instant poll. Ooh. Wow. Instant. They're getting better looking anchors. Wow, I'm impressed.
Needs to start going after these instant polls.
Dude, fucking polls. We need to find a way to like. Actually, here's the thing. Do you think polls being manipulated against us actually helps us?
Well, I mean, I don't think it helps or hurts us, because like people know by now that these polls are bullshit. Like, yeah, like it's almost common knowledge that these polls are garbage. Like it's actually surprising to me how much they still push them. Like they still push these polls on TV and stuff. I'm like you realize that most of these people don't believe in these polls anymore, right?
I think also, I do agree. I think post 2016, here's the thing too. Maybe it's because it's like the politically world. I don't know. I get so many people that even my volunteers are like, how is Biden? They all, but today 2 of them mentioned the same poll. They're like, I heard not Biden's 9 points ahead in Pennsylvania. How is that possible? How are more people?
Look at the source.
I know, and that's why I quickly say. So do these polls discourage people? Do they make them more motivated to work harder and campaign harder?
I think they sell. I think they sell to their base. Like it's one of those things. They fudge these polls to kind of make their base feel good. You know, like if I don't know. I'd like if the CBS poll, right? So if the CBS poll has Biden up by quite a bit, it's like, well, obviously the CBS News viewers are fucking liberal, and like, so yeah, they're gonna like it, right? They're gonna be entertained, and it's gonna keep them on there. Like, oh yeah, we totally got this.
Scott Adams is agreeing with me. I'd call it a tie, he said.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, in terms of like who, like who won, I guess I would.
Trent
I guess it depends.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you look at it, really. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it as to how the general public looks at it, but that's
you
really
could look at it.
hard.
You could look at it like Alex looks at it, like, oh, because because they weren't expecting much from Biden, that like, oh, they might expect that Biden came out looking like maybe winning, like in some people's eyes. I feel like I think a lot of people are seeing Donald Trump winning because of the level of difficulty that Chris Wallace clearly gave him. I just don't I don't know. I mean, I guess does it change opinions? I don't see how it does.
I think if it doesn't change opinions, it's a tie. Because I think I'm trying to find maybe like an agreeable definition of a win in a debate. To me, a win in a debate is you do good, your opponent does bad, to the point that you gain either momentum or votes or hearts and minds change. In other words, you come out of that debate with progress. And I don't just mean progress in terms of like, because you could argue Biden made progress, but I mean actually like progress with the middle, not with your base or not with, I don't know, actually. Maybe I'm kind of rambling here, but like, I think you know what I'm trying to say, which is like, when you win a debate, like, you don't just have a good night. Like, your opponent hurts a bit, you do better, and you gain some ground. Maybe that's a better way to put it. You gain ground. I think if nobody changes their minds, you didn't hurt, you didn't help. So really nothing changed. So it's like, okay, this debate could have happened, could not have happened. Nothing would have changed. So I think it is a tie, but I think Biden's campaign is probably a little happier tonight than Trump's campaign. Trent is saying this was Biden's ceiling. Trump landed his blows, controlled the conversation, hit Biden on policy until Biden was often confused. Trump could have hit harder, but didn't and left some things on the table. That is true, like the hoaxes. But then again, he'd probably be overdoing the interrupting even more. Biden did well enough to stay in the fight, but Trump took this round.
Yeah. If you wanted to say that Trump won, but he didn't win by as much as maybe he should have, I could take that one too.
Me too.
I think that's, for me, that's like a fair one. But at the it's hard for me to really argue that because
it was such an uneven playing field.
It was not an even playing field at all.
Yeah, and I think too, I think neither. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say it. Okay, let me put this. I don't think anybody had a major fuck up that like you're gonna remember for 10 years. I think though, like you said, Biden has more things on tape now that will, in the long term, make him look bad. I don't think Trump really had that. He had some things they're gonna spin, like he didn't condemn white supremacists. He didn't say he would accept the results of the election. But that's like tired old stuff. You have stuff of Biden saying that he's never safe, like Antifa's an idea. You know.
Well, what was that too? Like where they're talking about like climate change and shit.
Oh, that was
like,
so stupid. What the fuck are we talking about climate change? I knew what Wallace was gonna do. I literally said it out loud, and he did. I'm like, he's gonna make Trump look like the climate change denier, and like, why do you disagree with scientists on this and that? It's like, dude.
Honestly, what the fuck does it matter? Like, what Trump said, he was right. Like, that what's going on in California has got nothing to do with fucking climate change. It's all this stuff, forest management's one thing, and also, their decisions to go and switch to this, like, green economy instead of, like, updating their infrastructure is largely what caused this. Instead of, like, updating their fucking electric grids and stuff, they let it go to shit because they're putting all this money into like solar, which if you ever looked into that, there's no real good way to go and store solar energy. You either use it while it's like being generated or it's basically fucking lost. Like only a fraction of it's able to be stored. So you end up having a situation where electricity is expensive and they dumped all this money into solar and it's going nowhere. Like it didn't help when they needed updates of their electric lines, which from what I understand, that's what caused the blackouts. And that's what's causing some fires because the cables and stuff will start sagging and they'll be, full of electricity and just cause shit to catch on fire.
What's up, Apex?
What's going on?
Hey dudes, how's it going?
What was your take? I know you were probably sharing your goodies with Sam. What was your take on this?
I haven't given my take to anybody yet, man, because Sammy asked if anybody wanted to go live, and then he's like on Do Not Disturb. I don't know what he's doing, but I was actually at work, and as you guys may or may not know, I work in a sort of retail setting, so I have a store and customers come in and out.
Okay.
But I had this shit playing, on my phone in my breast pocket and was walking around laughing like a fucking lunatic through most of it. So I couldn't really watch it. I couldn't see like how they were acting, but I'll say the first thing is whatever drugs they got Biden on, they need some stronger shit because it started to wear off there towards the end. But I was actually impressed with how articulate he was at first. That was the first thing that struck me. And then the further it went, it was clear we were looking at a 2-on-1, which I mean everyone was kind of expecting. I mean the softball questions and the avoidance of any breaking news in regards to Russia and Hillary Clinton and all that good stuff. I mean, there was only one moment that I was like, ooh, and that was the whole white supremacy, condemning of white supremacists or whatever, which he did. He condemned white supremacy. We're white supremacists. But when asked to clarify, he was like, give me a name. Who do you want me to, who do you want me to condemn? And they're like, Proud Boys. Both Joe Biden said it first, and then the fucking moderator snatched that up and was like, well, Proud Boys. And he's like, well, Proud Boys, stand back and stay ready.
Yeah, but he didn't condemn them.
Somebody's got to do something about it. I was like,
I like that.
I liked it.
Did too.
It was
I
a
did
good way
too,
out of it.
I liked it.
I oofed at the way that it'll be perceived, but like that was the only moment.
But to me, I don't care. I don't care how they perceive it because it's like we already know how they're going to perceive whatever comes at them. Like
sure.
I was just talking about it. Like Joe Biden could have just went on a dementia spree, pants down and taking his shit in the middle of the stage, and it still would have been viewed as, oh, Biden did fucking great.
Right. Well, I guess more. Sorry, go ahead and finish.
It would have been a nonstop jerk off fest. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I was just to clarify. I don't give a fuck what the hardliners on the other side think either.
Yeah.
It was more of like the people that I know in real life on the fence.
Yeah.
The one thing that I've heard people complain about, or not complain about, but express concern about, is his people are becoming more and more convinced that he is not just okay with the violence, but I mean, because clearly he shuts it down whenever it's asked to do so. Through the federal government, he makes that very clear. But like the way that might be perceived by the Joe Blow that doesn't pay attention to this shit like we do. Because I'm sort of in that group. I'm half in, half out of that group.
I think short term. Trump doesn't win. He wins the debate, but not by much. But I think as days go by, people are going to start to see like what kind of like how well Trump did despite the level of difficulty, and it's going to make him look even better. It's just not going to be. I think long term, they know they're scared. Like they're scared for Biden, and they have good reason to be. Because I don't care what anybody says. To me, Biden was definitely on some fucking performance enhancers. No fucking doubt in my mind. I look at this dude's eyes. I look at this. So yeah, So you and I have like some serious experience with that sort of thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Did you notice? Did you notice that like his eyes were like real glassy, kind of like you know how like when some people like take on it looked like his eyes were like glass, like when you take something, your eyes kind of like, I don't know, they have that like, they got that, you notice it, like that's why
there's several things actually, because like I mentioned, most of it I wasn't able to actually watch, and since I was running on mobile, I had it on like 144p anyway to not eat up all my data. But when I did, I was able to get home and watch some of it, and I backed it up a little bit, and the one thing that I did notice, even on 144p, I couldn't see his eyes obviously at the time, but the way he reacted to everything that came out of Trump's mouth was like, he reacted very, like neurotically. The way he would like laugh about, or like chuckle or smile real big.
It felt like
It's off.
Biden had a script.
He did.
Biden had an internal script, and part of me, okay, so part of me wonders if Chris Wallace did Odonna Brazil in this debate.
I thought there was already reports of that earlier today.
There were reports of the debate questions were given to Biden.
Yeah.
But I don't know how true.
I feel like
or
it looked like it because so when you look at human behavior, right? It was like he was asked a question and he had the script, right? He had scripted answers down, right? Had the script, talked about it a little bit. And then as soon as they started extending the questions, that's when he started fidgeting. He started kind of looking around. He kind of started kind of started having that like dementia oh shit face. Like,
well, yeah, and that's why I said the most effective thing you can do is to take him off script. It's very simple, and we know this because of. And I was even thinking this before debates. I don't want to make it sound like it's hindsight, but like you could tell Biden was all controlled. Right. They were keeping him controlled and safe. So the easiest thing to do is throw some risk into it. And Trump got that, and he was doing it. You could tell throughout the debate he realized he's got to do it more. He's got
he had to. And this is part why I'm not mad that Trump interrupted as much as he did, because he felt like he had to. It felt like the.
But then that feels kind of desperate,
You know what?
But it's like.
Go ahead, Phil.
I don't know, because, like, again, when people start replaying this debate, they're gonna see Chris Wallace, and it was what I mean. I'm replaying a little bit of it now, and it's like so one-sided, like because you see he's interrupting Trump, like whenever Trump is mounting something, it seems like Chris Wallace is interrupting Trump, and it feels like he's not interrupting Joe Biden at all, like at all. And I'm like this is something that if we get enough of people to point that shit out, people are going to notice. Like it's going to be bad.
I think Chris Wallace was just didn't even do his job as a moderator. Like it was. I mean, I'm not one of those.
I think
people.
He did exactly what Biden wanted him to do.
Yeah.
He did exactly what Biden wanted him to do.
Well, and I think
he did exactly what he was picked to do. Yeah.
I think I'm starting to really think the questions were fed in advance, because there were so many times where you could tell Biden worded stuff so perfectly that it comes off fake.
Right.
Whenever this is why I don't like what people like in politicians, like what's that fucking term? Where they speak really well, articulateness. I don't like that because I know it's fake. I know they're reading a script in their head, and it's like you're not coming off from the heart. And there were so many times where even if Biden was making what was technically a good point or something that's like a zinger, it's effective, I just sit there and go, this is fake. Like it just like loses, it goes out one ear. Milo's take on this debate, I'm going to jump in real quick with, is kind of what I've been feeling, kind of what some of us have been feeling. He said, Trump smacked him twice. Biden did much better than rock bottom expectations. Trump looked like a child and deserved Wallace's rebukes, but voters have already priced his personality in. Elsewhere, Wallace clearly running cover for Biden, perhaps out of pity. Final results narrow Trump victory. Trump constantly interrupts his enemies while they're making mistakes. The most underreported on but critical component of tonight's performance, Biden's terrible body language, looking at his feet while being attacked, communicating guilt and shame. And that's my problem with the interrupting too, is like, let Biden fumble it. Like, you gotta kind of, and he's gonna learn this. Like, look, we weren't there. We weren't thrown into a debate for the first time with this fucker. And
I don't think, honestly though, I think he's gonna be, like maybe for the PBS debate, he has a chance to improve, or C-SPAN. I'm sorry.
Same difference. Both boring and useless.
Yeah. Well, at least he has a chance to do it with that one. What was the other one? CNN, right?
NBC or
NBC.
yeah.
Oh no, fuck no. He's not getting the benefit. He's not getting anything on that one.
Here's what's good about this debate happening now.
Yeah.
Like the thing with Joe Biden, he could see Trump's debates from last year. Like they all know how he does, like how he speaks, how he talks. This is the first time really that Trump's seen Joe like really debate. Like he was in the vice presidential debates in like what 2012 or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's so long ago. And you can tell that he was a lot more quick mentally back then. Mm-hmm. Now Trump can go and see, and he sees his hand. And I think
that's a really good point. That is a really good point, Alex. That might be the best for me. That might be the best point of the evening because, like, I mean, you look at it, and again, I just love football analogies. Yeah, like if you've ever seen a backup quarterback come in and play, they tend to play really well because the other defenses have no they have no playbook on them.
Yeah,
they didn't prepare. They didn't prepare. They didn't have tape on them. So they tend to do really well. One of the examples was Nick Foles, right? Going to
EAGLES.
Yeah, well, he's Bears now, but yeah, but yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. So next week, Foles probably isn't going to do as well because teams are going to prepare for him, right? The opposing defenses are going to prepare. They're going to game plan. I don't think he's going to do as well. And I think the same thing will apply to these debates. Now we've Trump has film. Trump has something to like, okay, I wait until he does this. I wait until he does that. And then I can counter. Then I can make a more calculated comeback or a more, potent comeback or a counter. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man.
By the way, I know I'm digressing here. Trump was right when he said that Philly, there's a lot of bad stuff going on in Philly, and you're right. And his name is Carson Wentz. Ba-boom, ba-boom. No, all right. Sorry. Go ahead, Apex.
I actually had a couple of something I was thinking about while I was listening, and I saw as I was scrolling through Twitter right before I joined, Megyn Kelly actually made a more concise point of version of what I was thinking, which is listening to it. Biden's like articulate as he came off at some times and made some valid points other times or sometimes together. He sounded like he couldn't handle the president when he would interrupt him and stuff, and was constantly looking to Chris. Yeah, and looking at his feet, and like you said, he was very beta, which is not a good. I mean, aside from everything else, the overall tone of the hour and a half was not good. But the other thing I wanted to say before I forget is I thought about this beforehand, and I had this idea. Like I thought it would be really funny if Trump took like a caring fatherly approach while still being himself. But like when Biden slipped up, the many times he actually did, but Trump would be like, show compassion or some versions, some sarcastic version of compassion. But what I really would like to see him do is to use 30 seconds of his 2 minutes to answer questions as concisely as he can at the moment, and then turn over the minute and a half that he has remaining.
The audio isn't working.
I still hear him.
I can hear him.
Oh,
what's up, Stammy?
Okay.
It's not going through on my stream though.
Oh well, I'll leave and rejoin when I finish the point that I was making. Now you know what, Sammy, I lost it. Damn it.
What was that point you were making earlier, Alex? That Phil said was like the best one of the night. Could you say that again?
So my point over here was that beforehand, Joe Biden had the advantage of knowing what Trump's been doing for the past, 4 years. He's seen him public speaking. He's seen debating in 2016, both in the general election and in the primaries. He knew what Trump's like basic hand was for debate tactics. Trump, on the other hand, did not know what Biden's debate tactics were. The last time that Biden was really involved in a debate would have been the vice presidential debate, maybe some of the primary stuff, but that was mostly softballs. No one was asking hard questions. They weren't hitting each other hard. Now that this has happened, Trump can see, the weaknesses and strengths of Biden and how to go and take advantage of that. So that's really where the benefit comes from.
Yeah, that is good. That's a solid point for sure. You guys can't hear me, right?
Yep. I can hear you.
Also,
I got it fixed now on my end.
Okay,
Sorry about
good. Breaking news: the Proud Boys say they're celebrating tonight, and they are confirming that they are standing back and standing by.
That's funny. That is funny.
I saw Milo forward it to his channel, and I see on Parlor the fucking Proud Boys are like in all caps, "Yes, sir, Proud Boys standing by."
Oh my god, I almost died.
Let's go. Let's go.
I feel like there was one moment where Joe Biden was talking about China, and he was talking about, oh, the debt to China has gone up since then. Like he's terrible. And then Joe Biden and then Donald Trump's like, Joe Biden, like China would eat your lunch or some shit. Like,
yeah.
China, like it was so bad. Like I think his responses were good. Like his off the cuff responses were really good. And I think a lot of the interrupting is like, feel like, yeah, he interrupted a lot, but like I felt like Chris Wallace really got in the way a lot. And I think once you start seeing the replays, once you see the replays, you'll see that he played into a lot of that a lot of that interrupting stuff too. And I think I think the one thing I will say, I will definitely concede that Donald Trump may have may have been weak on was he started getting pissed off at Chris Wallace. Like as soon as he started, like he looked like he was getting pissed at Chris Wallace, and he started getting aggressive with Chris Wallace, which I'm okay with. Just be the alpha. Like I just like just be the alpha. Just be the alpha.
But I want to point something out because one of my mods, John Arcade, brought this up during the debate that to us it looks like we see Wallace as what he is, which is throwing soft to Biden and acting nicer to Biden. But the one thing that concerns me about that is to the I guess normie person.
Stop! Don't say normie. Don't say normie.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil, but normies do still exist, unfortunately. And
no, that is absolutely 100% false. Normies do no longer exist. Those are lies. Those are lies, Sammy.
It makes it seem like Trump is bad or whatever.
The media is going to jerk off Chris Wallace.
Yeah,
they're gonna jerk him off hard.
Oh, very hard. He was the rational voice in the debate.
Yeah,
he was the sane one in all this chaos.
It's gonna be a hand job with cocoa butter. Okay, it's gonna be bad. Like it's gonna be absolutely. Oh, Chris Wallace was he was the father figure in the room. He was I'm like, oh Jesus, are you talking about that fucking dude?
No,
that was bringing up all the hoaxes and shit. Please,
it's not even gonna be a hand job. It's gonna be a straight up deep throat that the media
that's
does
right
for
like
Chris.
by the way, one of the things that really pissed me off about Chris Wallace tonight he mentioned something along the lines of, he said, "Oh, Donald Trump, you mentioned that the crime, the violent crime was going up in Democratic-run cities. Well, a recent study said that
Republican
the
cities.
Republican cities were
Fucking
on like."
where?
I'm like, are you fucking high right now? All right, like let now maybe there's some news channel that I might not be looking at or something, but I don't recall any Republican cities being lit on fucking fire.
Well,
Okay, I don't recall the Nike stores in red cities getting beaten down and jacked of all their shit. Okay.
Also, imagine actually Republican cities existing, and I don't just mean like
There's
small cities, which
technically
there
some.
are.
Yeah, there's technically some.
Oh yeah, but
There's
I mean
technically,
like,
but like,
I mean like these cities, like fucking New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, Philly, Detroit, Miami. Like, I mean,
and
these
not only
cities.
that, at best that statement is misleading, because a lot of these cities no longer have ways to report what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like the police are gone. The police abandoned Minneapolis. So they abandoned Portland. They abandoned Seattle. They abandoned New York for the most part. And it's like, well, how do you gauge the intensity of the violence that are going on in these cities when the police and the means to report on accurately on the number of violent issues that are going on with that particular city have been dwindled down to almost nothing?
Well, and here's the bigger question too about that study. And here's the question I have for Chris Wallace: Where did that study come from? Right?
It's some, come on, it's some bullshit, some
Well,
probably some bullshit Media Matters type
well,
thing.
well,
Hey, we got them.
well, exactly. But why didn't Chris Wallace even say that? I mean, he's a journalist and supposedly a news commentator. Like, what's the old saying? Cite your sources.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that at all. I'm not surprised.
I
but
was
still.
I was masturbating with my Ouija board and I just came up with these numbers.
I think also, Nuance
Dictator Phil, everyone.
Nuance Bro had a good take here. I think that kind of is along the lines some of us are thinking. He said, I think Biden came off better in the end. Trump had a few decent moments with the 308,000 dead military members talking point and pushing Biden to answer on court packing. Yeah, another one I forgot of where he, in the beginning, early on, realized that you got to take Biden off script and make him own up to these radical positions. Walsh should have really pressured Biden to answer that, but otherwise Trump interrupted way too much. Also, great moment from Trump on the law enforcement endorsement question where he asked Biden to name a single law enforcement group that supports him, and Biden could not name one. I agree, that was probably the best moment. Best Trump.
And he wouldn't even fucking say that he was for law and order. Like, he couldn't even say the words law and order.
That is a Twitter moment right there. That is a Twitter moment. Right? Somebody's going to pick that thing up and blast it on Twitter. It's I think there's more Twitter moments for Biden. Like, that's what I'm saying. The long game favors Trump because, the people on the internet are champions always.
Well, to further Alex's analogy, it's like a fucking championship team playing, an unknown in a series of 7.
Right.
For the first time. Like, this team is completely unknown, probably has some good fucking players, otherwise they wouldn't be playing with the world champions. Going in, I mean, I wouldn't say completely blind, because obviously I think Trump had an idea that Wallace was going to be on Biden's side, and the sort of lame duck shit he was going to say. But now we're going to game 2, and the championship team and all their coaches now have some tape to study. And yeah, I mean, for sure, Biden may have squeaked out game 1, but if we're talking best of 3, which obviously the entire election doesn't come down to the fucking debates, but it's entertaining as fuck. I can't remember. I mean, I haven't heard as many people in my life excited about any sports game, like collective, like so many people talking.
By the way,
like one thing.
Thanks for reminding me, Apex. By the way, fuck Ben Shapiro. Okay. Anybody seen his Twitter page?
Oh no, let's dive down that.
Fuck him and the
I'll
horse he rode
co-sign
in.
that, though. Fuck
Did
Ben
he
Shapiro.
jerk off Chris Wallace? Please tell me he didn't.
No, he was okay. So basically, he was saying this whole thing was a dumpster fire, which, but he was.
Yeah.
He's not wrong on that.
So here's the problem that I have. Like, here's what I have. We'll
I just don't like that take. It's such a normie take, you know. It's a shit show, man.
I mean,
both sides suck, man.
but that was my point though earlier, guys. Like or not, normies do still fucking exist. I mean,
yeah.
Unfortunately,
I said the same thing, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I mean, Johnny Arcade is right that this is going to. I mean, my take on is I think people were. I think the big question here was whether or not Joe Biden would even show up tonight.
That was speculation.
I never.
Look, I don't know.
One
of his tweets. One of his tweets. He was so like Ben Shapiro was so. He was so cynical. Like where it was, for him it was annoying. Like for him it was annoying. Like when we are cynical, right? It's engaging and it's still pretty fucking funny, right? When he does it, it's just lame. It's just fucking lame. Like I don't know. He one of his is like, I literally have no idea who won this debate. I just know we all lost. I know I had fun. I know I had fun watching this debate. I don't care. I know look, you could say who won, Trump or Biden, but I gotta say, I had fun watching it. I did.
Well,
there was a lot of entertaining moments.
But Phil,
Sammy, hold on 2 seconds before you go. To co-sign what Johnny was saying, I was kind of saying the same thing earlier about the Proud Boys moment, which us on the internet, us that spend any relative
nobody gets
amount of time, like, it's not just that, because it was lumped in with white supremacists. Remember, like they did that little switch right on the dot.
Yeah.
And I mean, Trump said Proud Boys and stand back and stand by. But to the normie, which is exactly, I hate to use that term, and I didn't use that term.
But I don't think this is
that's
the
why
thing people are going to remember. I don't think people are going to remember Trump told the Proud Boys to stand by. I think they're going to remember the interrupting, and they're going to remember that just was just a mess. That's all they're going to remember.
I think it depends on what the media perpetuates, and if they latch onto that, then that's what I guarantee you. Come tomorrow morning, I will have messages from my fucking liberal best friend, who's I've honestly been ignoring for the last couple of days because there's no way through. There's no way through. I have no way through. I can't do it.
But liberals are always saying Trump's racist. Like, this is such a beaten down,
it's
boring,
a
worn out, dead meme. So even if Trump literally,
so are his taxes though.
What was that?
So are his taxes.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
and both are
4 years old.
Nothing. None of those. Both of those things aren't going to change a single vote. The only things that worry me are the coronavirus, because people are feeling it, and that's where Trump was strong, because he says, "I want to keep the country open. I want to get people jobs. This guy wants to shut it down." That's shit that matters.
Yeah.
This stuff about climate change and about Proud Boys. Nobody's going to remember that, because nobody cares or can connect the dots. If they said the KKK, like, well, you condemn the KKK, like, everybody knows what the KKK
or even
is.
straight up, or even straight up white supremacists. If he was like, white supremacists, stand back and stand by, like, that would be bad. But yeah, I mean, again, anybody that knows what the Proud Boys are going to know. They're going to be on the internet like us, just clearly on the other side of the spectrum. If they can connect Proud Boys,
they're
to
not
going
to forget. they're not going to forget Biden saying Antifa is an idea, not an organization.
I was so fucking.
They're not going to
autistic.
forget that. Like Donald Trump's like, you got to be kidding me.
They've got a flag, bro.
Well, thanks for bringing that up though, because during the debate live stream, I was screaming, when is Biden going to condemn Antifa for for I can't remember the guy's last name, but the guy who was killed.
The Patriots for prayers for Patriots or whatever, that guy.
Yeah, Jay Bishop. Thanks. Thanks, chat. Yeah, when was Biden going to when is Biden going to condemn Antifa for Jay Bishop? And for Biden to say that Antifa is not a terrorist group but an idea, that honestly left my jaw on the floor. That is fucking scary that he said that. Because I mean, that's what Al-Qaeda says about themselves. We're not a terrorist group. We're a freedom fighting idea.
That's what every terrorist group says about
Yeah.
themselves. Like
Che Guevara said he was a freedom fighter.
Well, yeah, and then but what I'm saying is Biden just practically confirmed that for them, basically.
Yeah, that sounds about
So-
right. By the way, fuck Twitter. Okay? Fuck Twitter.
Yeah.
Fuck Twitter. Fuck Twitter. Okay?
You're back though, man. Just a little slap on the wrist. For
Bullshit.
what was it?
It is
What was it again?
bullshit. I was responding because to the Rock's Twitter video that said he basically endorsed Biden and Kamala. I'm like, Jesus.
Oh my
like
God.
and basically I called okay, so I did call The Rock a Hollywood whore, but
that's all.
But it's accurate. I mean, look, he is.
I mean, I've called women cunts on Twitter, and
I mean,
been suspended.
I mean, he's a hooker on the side. He's a hooker on the sidewalk, and Winnie the Pooh is a fucking paying customer. And yes, Winnie the Pooh equals China. Okay. Yeah, and they got me on that. Like, there's so much fucked up shit on Twitter, and they've like, how dare Pluffy Phil go after The Rock?
You're on the wrong side of the political spectrum, my friend. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. One of these people, one of my chats is like, I think we should get Trump in our Zoom calls and suggest some strategies. I don't think the fucking president of the United States that's made $10 billion is going to take your pathetic ass advice. Oh, I hate when people do that. I know Milo bitches about that a lot now because I see people always want to do this. They will like look to like up to these like people that are successful, that have built things, that have become celebrities and sold millions of books, albums, you name it. And they're like, I have this great idea that you've never thought of, and I may not be as rich or successful and as powerful as you, but... And then you try to espouse their wisdom. And I'm like, sit down. It's like...
And what another thing I think that nobody... Like, they made a big deal about that I don't think anybody really, truly, honestly gives a flying fuck about is the taxes, like Trump's taxes. Like, I don't think anybody gave a flying fuck about the taxes outside of Chris Wallace, Joe Biden, and a couple of weirdos on fucking Twitter. Like, I look at it, I was like, even if it is true, even if all Trump did was pay $750 in taxes, my response is, how the fuck do I get an attorney like that?
Yeah,
like,
that's a good deal.
Shit.
I like how they think, and they act like people are like upset over that. Everybody would be if any fucking person was in his situation, they do the same thing. Humans are selfish,
Exactly.
and they want to save money.
Exactly.
I mean, that's where I think people.
You're mad because Trump is smarter at the
Yes.
system than you are.
Yes, that is it. And that's why I hate when
The
people want to
problem-
give him advice. I'm like, dude, he was able to get away with $750 in income taxes. He's a hell of a lot smarter. than your
Which we're
ass.
starting to, which we're also starting to get conflicting reports that's like
I don't even
wildly
think it is that.
inaccurate.
No, it is
Well,
inaccurate.
Well, here's the thing too. You got to think. Do you think Trump is doing his own taxes?
No. He's
No.
probably
He's
never
got it.
done it in
No.
years.
He probably has a fucking team of
No,
accountants.
but he's he's done similar shit over the course of decades, and he knows how to do it because he explained it. He literally explained it on his tweets, right? And that he's talking about the debt, his debt to asset ratios and all that stuff. I'm like, dude,
he did a pretty good job of explaining it.
Yeah.
During the debate tonight.
Right there. That explanation tells me that he knows more in those couple of tweets than any of these motherfuckers. Like, he knows more than AOC, and she's supposed to be a fucking econ major, which of course that's like,
Yeah,
I
socialist
don't know.
major. That's
I don't know how the hell she graduated with an
like a
econ
geography
degree.
major. Flat Earth.
Well, I do, but
Wait, guys, did you catch towards the end where when they were talking about the Green New Deal and talking about the cost of it and shit, where Biden was like, the Green New Deal
Will pay for itself.
will pay for itself.
In what fucking
And then-
world?
Well, no, and then Trump's like, so you do support Green New Deal? He's like, no, I do not support the Green New Deal. I support the Biden deal. I'm like, holy
the
shit.
Biden
I mean,
deal?
it was like,
What's the Biden deal?
Yeah, what the fuck
yeah,
is
well,
that?
it's the Green New Deal. It's the
Yeah.
Green New Deal.
And
Because he
see,
already endorsed it.
That's a good example of why I keep saying substance, policy, specifics, and like just this topic in general are meaningless. Because if nobody knows what the Biden deal is, this is nobody's gonna remember this part of it. They're just gonna remember that probably they don't know Biden's plan. It's like with Hillary.
So
with immigration.
let me ask you guys.
We didn't know her plan. Does anybody know what Hillary's immigration plan was? No. But we knew Trump was build the wall, deport illegals. Simple. You remember it. That is a simple problem with any sort of complex thing. It's like you're just not going to remember that shit.
So
That's why.
did anybody? Did
I was
any
just-
of you
Go ahead,
mention? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Did any of you mention? Did any of you hear any mention of Trump's platinum plan?
no.
See, that to me, that would probably be a boo boo check mark. For Trump, too.
immigration wasn't even
Because did you
mentioned.
see? Look, that platinum plan is a fantastic plan. It's fantastic. Like you could tell people did a whole lot of work. His platinum plan was like his plan for Black America, right? To me, when they were talking about race, that would have been the perfect time for him to bring this thing up.
Yeah.
And then go at Joe. What the fuck do you have? You've been here for 47 years. What the fuck? You have a 47-year head start. What the fuck do you have? Right? And I did. But yeah, I will credit Trump for saying that he's done more in 47 months than Biden has done in 47 years. That was a very cheeky move.
I actually had to do the math on the fly. I'm like, did he just fucking overestimate that? Nope, he sure didn't. Like,
Nope.
I love
Very
the
accurate.
comment where Trump made when Biden was saying like Biden kept making these like nasty jabs like you're the worst president ever.
he called him a fucking clown.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's kind of that's a pathetic insult 'cause it's like, dude, original, check, original. And
Well,
he's
right,
just
but he
like-
did.
He also then
He didn't
said-
even stick with it though. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, the other thing he said too was like, I forget what he said, something about like smart or something, and Trump goes like, "Don't you dare use the word smart."
Yeah, that was good.
He's like, "Did you
That was-
just use
that was
the
good.
word smart?" I was like, "What?"
Twitter was
Epic.
Twitter was freaking the fuck out about that too.
So funny.
Oh my god, he called he called Joe Biden dumb. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, he didn't. He didn't call Joe Biden dumb. Biden was you know, saying that Trump isn't smart or something like that.
He's like, don't ever use the phrase "smart" with me.
Yeah.
I think the thing that was missing from this debate too, other than this part, there was no like because you'd be in jail moment or bad hombres moment. That moment that like excites the base, but also is just generally funny. No Rosie O'Donnell moment. I think maybe his problem. I'm not trying to read minds, but I wonder if his problem was that he took this too seriously. If you know what I mean. I think you need a little more humor and a little looseness in there. Like, and that's just something that you're gonna have to naturally do. But like, you know, when he had that like because you'd be in jail moment, I remember just dying.
Yeah. I think something you have to leave a little something for the other debates. You do. Like he had a lot of good moments. Trump from a funny standpoint, Trump had a lot of good moments. He had a lot of good moments, but not like too much. Cuz you throw too much in there, you kind of set yourself up for disaster for the I think it was proportionally right. There was enough humor there to kind of, you know,
well, because you'd be in jail one, I think was in either the second or the third debate. I think it was the second one.
Yeah. So
yeah, I think it was the second one.
You always set yourself. Look, a good comedian always sets himself up for a good punchline, or herself sets themselves up for a good punchline.
Women aren't funny though, so you know.
Okay, Chris Hitchens.
Hey, Amy Schumer's fun. Never mind. Okay. Never mind.
Hey, listen, no. Women are definitely funny, just not when they mean to be. Kind of the Owen Benjamin type, which is, you know, makes sense because he's a fucking woman. Sorry, go ahead.
There it is. See, I did not make the obligatory Owen reference.
I'll say you were on good behavior today, Sam. You didn't fall for it.
Hey, mine was a throwaway though. You know, you guys all know the reference. Just women aren't funny unless they're not trying to be, and then it's funny.
Okay, here's a poll by CBS. It says, tonight's debate made you think better of him, Biden, 38%, Trump, 24%, worse of him, Biden, 32%, Trump, 42%, no change, 30-34. I don't know if that means anything.
Listen, those polls were the same in 2016.
Yeah, those hot off the press debate polls.
They didn't mean anything. Oh, by the way, in unrelated news, I was going to save this for Saturday, but since we're here talking about it, guess who? Okay, does anybody see my tweets anymore, or am I shadow banned?
No, I got you, man. I get everyone now. You're literally the only motherfucking person I have my notification set for, and I get every goddamn one of them, Sammy.
Okay, well, sorry you see my simp tweets, but I'm not talking about those. The ones that I am referring to though is Hillary Clinton, the real Supreme Dark Lord, unlike Teddy Spaghetti, now has her own fucking podcast.
Oh God,
dude, I made the mistake, bro. I made the mistake. I made the mistake when I saw that on Twitter from iHeartRadio saying that was coming out soon. I fucking either retweeted it or I have like an itchy like button or heart button finger.
Yeah, no.
So like as soon as I clicked one of those two, I remember which one I did. I got an instant like thank you from iHeart.
Yeah.
So Tim Dillon, very funny comedian. He had probably the greatest take in terms of the Hillary Clinton podcast. He said, "The greatest justice delivered in our time is that Hillary Clinton thought she was going to be president, and now she has a podcast. Don't look for anything else." That's it. That's it. Right then and there.
Sorry, I lost you guys.
Dude, and that's the thing too. It's like, even though I'm not trying to degrade our podcast, but like, if you're like the former Secretary of State, former presidential candidate, and you downgrade to podcasting, like, holy shit, that's something anyone can do. If
Well,
we can do it, anyone can do it.
Bandwagon jumper.
Well,
Yeah.
no. Well, this is what my friend E Scorpio refers to as grifting, right? So there are all these people that get on a trend just because it is a trend, and they grift and try and make money off of it. That's what Owen did when becoming a conservative. Same with Vox Day. Someone argues Cernovich, although, you know, I think Mike's done good work, but Hillary is definitely, I mean, she's been a grifter her whole entire life.
Like, can you imagine how unentertaining that fucking podcast is going to be? Like, I can't stand her talking in real life. And now she's going to do, like, and that's even with the CNN interviews. Now you're going to give her a whole fucking podcast?
Yeah, like, what is she
I'm
gonna
imagine
do?
it's going to be, even if it's once a week, that's enough to make you want to kill yourself.
What is she
Anyway,
gonna
go
do?
ahead.
Like, have guests and stuff? Like,
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about what?
Well, okay. So do you guys want to read? Do you guys want me to basically? I didn't listen to it, but I have the synopsis of it.
Of course you do. I imagine it's gonna be she's Hillary Clinton, the new Oprah of the internet. But go ahead.
It's fucking laughable. It says on today's podcast, Hillary Clinton talks about one of the things that is most important to her in her life, her faith, which.
Her faith.
Are you kidding me? What faith?
Satanism? How important Satan is to the devil?
Spear cooking
on this earth?
Jesus.
I bet Bill Clinton had a lot of faith in her, didn't he?
And
then, she had a lot of faith in Bill. Wait, whoa. Let me. Sorry,
All right,
put
here we
that the
go. Hold
wrong
on.
way.
Let's here. This is one thing that is gonna that could be interesting. Right here, bear with me here. Spanish-speaking viewers of
I saw
Telemundo expressed their preference of who won tonight's presidential debate. 66% said Trump won the debate.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's pretty surprising.
But
yeah,
amazing.
It's amazing. So
it's amazing.
Hey, quick shift of gears, and this is basically directed only at Dexter, only because I got you here. Have you watched that Cancerless Jim episode of Ethan Ralph? That's kind of blown up recently.
That's something Alex.
I'm
not a big medical.
Is that Alex? Oh, is that Alex? Oh, I'm sorry. I got you guys mixed up.
I fucking love that someone spliced together Jim shit to make it sound like actually sounds like something he would actually make. Like I actually had to double check at first, but like holy shit!
I listened to it twice. I listened to it twice because I was certain that Jim was involved. But you can hear every audio splice when you're really listening for it. But it's just so perfect because whoever made it did a fucking excellent job, and Jim's never done anything so well produced. So it's not him, but. Yeah, no, I recommend anybody watch it because it literally it watches like a Jim video. Like somebody spliced together audio of all of Jim's videos to make an hour-long video about a person he's basically never talked about. So did an awesome job. It's fucking hilarious. Sorry for mixing you guys up. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, no, like honestly, that's kind of scary that like that's not even using like AI or anything, my knowledge, but that's pretty much like a fucking deep fake almost. Not I mean, it's more of like a fucking soundboard, but still, that's pretty impressive. Like, kudos to whoever.
It's actually not the first time that's been done either. The MC Jarbo back in the day used to splice together clips of Matt Jarbo saying like really horrible things about like raping children and you know, getting cucked and just terrible things. And it eventually turned into making songs out of Matt's voice, and now Matt Jarbo is on board with it, and like they're making songs together. But
Oh
of the
God.
internet, people are making algorithms to like sift through people's content to find certain words to fit like a script. And that MC Jarbo character did just that.
To
What's
be
that?
fair, like, they've had YouTube poop. Like it was kind of like a YouTube poop, but the way it was made, it didn't sound like you. Because I don't know if you're familiar with that whole like subgenre that was a lot more popular, like
Mm-mm.
when YouTube first did. But
No.
basically, like YouTube poop is when people would take like random shit, like they'd use the old Super Mario Brothers. Like I think they had a shitty game made for like some Sega like it was like some weird like not Sega. I don't even know who the fuck made it. It was like a Sony like CD thing. They had the old Legend of Zelda games on there, and they all had terrible voice acting. They basically make these these fucking stories where like, you know, Link was like fucking someone and just stupid
Yeah.
shit. People cursing. They take like old King of the Hill episodes and do that too, but you can tell it was clearly fake. But like this one, honestly, like it took me a little while to really determine that Jim didn't make this.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's weird because at first you can clearly hear some cuts, and then like the more you listen to it, I found myself because again I've listened to it twice now, but I found myself like both times at different points, but finding myself just like listening to it like it was I completely forgot that it wasn't him because the things he's saying about Ethan Ralph, whom the topic of the video is, are so fucking poignant. But I think that's mostly because Ethan has become all the things he's ever made of, or made fun of, rather. And Jim has made so many videos making fun of people. You know, there's so much audio of him out there. It's anybody with the time and you know, the inclination to do it. But I mean, even still, it's so exceptionally good. Everyone's torn between believing it was Jim that actually made it, or was part of it, or giving it just unprecedented praise. Because again, like you said, it's anybody that's listened to a Mr. Medicare video, I think will listen to this thing and be like, dude, that. I mean, even though you can hear a couple of splices in audio here and there, it's a fucking Jim video. Jim would be proud. Poor cancer man.
Yeah, I feel bad. Feel very bad that Jim has cancer. Like honestly, he's been one of my favorite YouTubers for the longest time. He was like really what
Same here.
Me into like back. I used to listen to him back then. I found him from this like stupid fucking like browser game called it's either Block or like Politics and War. I used to play like when I was in college, and someone showed me a Jim video, and this was like it was like a couple months before he started diving into Gamergate, like back when he did like the Tumblr or something. Like man,
He was internet aristocrat.
By the way, rest in peace, Kingface.
Oh my God, rest in fucking peace, Kingface. I didn't think that was real.
What happened?
I had liver disease or something.
Who? When? Where? What? Why?
Yeah.
He's a popular black conservative. I don't know a great deal about him, but I've seen him interact with DONI a lot, actually. And he's just a popular black conservative face and voice, talking to people, wearing his fucking MAGA hat.
He's been helping push a lot of a lot within the black conservative community, and it's it's a shame because like this is a bright guy. This is a bright guy, and he's very people followed him because he had obviously he had some stuff to say, and well, I mean, rest in peace. Hey, we're gonna keep the fight though. So
I have to say, since it was brought up, I didn't retweet any of this because I didn't want to give it any attention. But I saw a couple of threads about it, and I wasn't sure that it was real because I saw so much shit talk, like laughing at the idea from apparently leftists, like, I'm sorry, but you get what you stand for, or things like that.
People are
Which, well,
these
yeah, the
the left
detachment
has
from reality.
the left has little to no moral code at all. Like, because like anytime you've seen over the last year, anytime any conservative passes away, it's like, yeah, good, fucking rotten hell, piece of shit. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, who was that fucking that
One
black
of-
dude recently? Oh fuck, why can't I
Herman
remember his
Cain.
name? Yeah, Herman fucking Cain,
Pizza
dude.
Man.
yeah, that was one. I think one of the Koch brothers, I think he fucking died, and they were like, "Oh, rotten hell."
Well,
Now look, hey,
I mean, I
and
don't
there's
wish death on anyone, but
yeah, look, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of shit that I could say about that, but it's like, and I would probably agree with you, Alex, on pretty much most of it, if not all of it. But it's like, but there's a certain thing there. It's like when we you talk about RBG, right? It's like, yeah, did we agree? Did we agree with her all the time? Hell no. Did we, you know, but like, this is somebody who had accomplished a lot in her life, and if you're not going to say anything nice, don't say anything from a from that perspective, which I think we've respected that pretty much for the most part here. And and that's what I'm saying. Like, the left has really no moral code. Like,
Well,
they don't give a shit.
well, and
I think they think, sorry to cut you off, Sammy, but I think they have a moral code, which is what Black Lives Matter is, what Antifa is. But what they lack is empathy and internal. Yeah. They and I speak from experience with my friend, because I woke up this morning to 5 text messages from him about Trump's fucking tax returns, which aren't even released. As we all know, this is just a report by New York Times, who refused to clarify where this information came from, how they got it, what it all means. Not to mention, they contradict themselves from page 1 to page 58. All that aside, this man, again, I know I bring him up all the time, but he's my real world connection to the other side on this thing. And I'm really not even that right wing. I find myself identifying more with conservative and right-wing ideals as I get older, but I grew up a fucking retard leftist too. I thought everything should be free. I thought the government, I thought all this, my generation's version of, hippie leftist fucking ideals. And if I were still 17 or 18 right now, Bernie Sanders would be my fucking dude. I would have fucking gone to the end of the earth, and I probably would have cried both times he got fucking, maybe not cry, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been on that side, but he never grew up.
The young side, I know from me too, it was like the young Pluffy
idealistic.
Phil, the idealistic Phil was like, the leftist shit looks good. It just looks good, right?
Seductive.
It sounds
very
great.
Seductive.
Yeah,
it sounds very seductive. But then the older you tends to look deeper into it, tends to try to understand how that free shit works, and then to realize that it's not free at all. Then it's like, oh, well.
Here, I'll give you a small anecdote on that happened to me over the past few days. I got a absolutely random text from a girl from high school that I haven't talked to in 4 or 5 years, I guess now. And she was somebody that I always got the impression politically, she really didn't, she wasn't really invested in it. And I think she kind of was more of a Bernie bro. And I remember a year or two after I graduated high school, I think it might have been a year after, she sent me a picture of her at a Trump rally with her new boyfriend. I was like, oh, interesting. a little bit of a quick change, maybe. Maybe it was just kiss up to the boyfriend. I don't know. It is what it is.
There's nothing that changes your opinion quite like some alpha dick.
To be fair, like I have a funny story with that too. Like there was this one girl, and like I know she was a fucking like leftist, but like I don't think she really gave a shit about politics. And like one day, I don't know, she never, there's some interesting stories about her. But, she asked me to take her out to like a Trump rally. I was like, what?
Base date. But I want to wrap up this story quickly because there's an interesting sort of end to this. I remember her texting me one day, like back in high school, saying like how she didn't like this one professor or this one teacher because they were too conservative. Now she texted me a couple days ago saying, "Hey Sean, long time no see. Like, I thought I saw you in Westchester at a Trump parade." I'm like, well, that would be my setting, but I wasn't there. And I started talking to her like a little bit. I was kind of curious what her intentions were. Honestly, I couldn't really gauge it. But she has another boyfriend. I think it's another one, a different one, but she has one. But her boyfriend, I'll explain that in a second. But the first thing I learned was that she was in a setting where Trump stuff was happening. I was like, okay, interesting. Then I learned her boyfriend's a cop or is in the police academy. And then I learned she said she hates being at Westchester University, where I kind of doxed that. She hates being at this university because she said a lot of people are too left wing. They're too liberal. She literally complained that people were too liberal and it was hard to make friends, and that she wants to express her views more but can't. And I'm like, wow. How times have changed in a few years from like Bernie bro to sounds like a pretty hard Trump supporter now that went from saying complain about people being too conservative, now complain about people being too liberal. Like, what the that is blows. I mean, it's a small anecdote, but I think it's just it tells. This is why I was talking about last month's show about the realignment we're seeing. It's this sort of personality type that's anti-establishment. We know a guy that actually used to be a Bernie bro that went full Trump and was an amazing guy in the Trump club.
Like afterwards.
And then he kind of pivoted back, which I don't know what that's all about. But then I think he's pivoting back again. It's a little confusing. But the point is, there's a realignment happening, and I think she's a good example of that. And what were you saying about? You made some other comments. Said something about alpha something.
Who, me or?
Yeah, you, Alex.
Well, I was actually gonna. Before you elaborate, I was actually gonna comment on that. The idea of alpha dick, and to play the other side of the fence here, because my buddy, again, the super liberal dude that I argue with almost every day, his wife is one of the first. She's a former girlfriend of mine, going back like 15 years, back in freshman year of high school or so, and now he's married to her. She grew up in a very conservative family and was very conservative when they met. And he holds this card very highly. Like this is very important to him, that when they met and they started talking and stuff, they would talk some politics and things, and she was very much conservative / Republican. And over the course, what it breaks down to is over the course of weeks / months, he broke her down to the point that it sounds like to me, she just gave up and was like, oh, you know what? I care enough about you to just agree with you, just tell you that I don't care enough to look at it and say, you know what, you're right, honey, and that's fine, and everything's okay. And so from this point forward, he holds her as like this accomplishment card. Like, look, you know her, and you know how smart she is, and I convinced her that she was wrong all this time, so let me convince you. Like, no. Just because someone tells you they agree with you after being berated for months on end, and it's your own admission, berated. You literally said the word berated. If they care about you, they're going to just say, you know what, honey, you're right. you know, especially a woman. No offense to the ladies that might be listening, but you know, if you know, history is riddled with famous men backed by strong women that back their man. I mean,
Well,
not
I
always,
have.
but at least publicly.
Well, yes, I agree with the public part of it, but I wouldn't say that somebody that agrees with like their. I mean, this goes both ways. Significant other cares for them. I think that's cucky behavior because I think you need to be able. Relationships change.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because I think look at Howard Stern or look at all these other people. Gavin had a good bit on this where he says like, you didn't fucking do this till you married this one chick. It's like I hate the idea of like and men I think fall to this more than women, which is like when you get pussy whipped or you get dick whipped, I guess.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jesus, cough.
You get COVID there, I think.
I know. I don't know. It's something.
Yeah, it's rough, man. Yeah, you got to clear your system.
Meghan Markle.
That's actually probably a royal example of it. Of when you just throw all your principles out to appease some woman. When you like just throw it out the window, I think that's just pathetic. That's what I love about my relationship is like I know we disagree on some things, and that hasn't changed. And on the one hand, I look as like, well, maybe I'm not thinking so openly. But then I quickly realized, no, wait, that's actually great because that shows we believe in something, we discuss it. Maybe we agree, maybe we don't, but we come out of it with honest opinions and genuine opinions. Not like, honey, it's we'll have to agree.
You're
so right. It's like, no,
you're
bitch.
100% right, dude.
Yeah.
You're 100% right, dude. I agree with that fully. Like, I mean,
it's like Harry cucking and like, oh, I'm not gonna use my hunting guns anymore because Miss Megan doesn't like it.
On the other hand, too, I've noticed that like women don't seem to hold a lot of like values as strongly as men do as well.
You also have to make sure you have to make sure she orgasms too. That is the most important thing.
Yes, that's a
because
fact. As many times as possible before you.
It's very possible.
When females have an orgasm, it's like a life-changing experience for them.
Life-changing religious experience.
They have to swallow too, by the way.
I mean, when they have it, it just alters that. It like alters their entire mindset, like altogether.
What do you mean?
The moment they experience it, it's like okay, so I'm gonna do the Pablo Francisco explanation. It's like before you make her cut, it's like, oh, okay, that's cool, just go out with your friends, that's fine, whatever. And then after, she wants to know where you're at all fucking times, like, because she's afraid she's never gonna feel that orgasm again because somebody else is gonna feel it. So it's like she's got her claws deep.
Well, I have two things.
Who is she? Who are you fucking?
I have three things. To let Apex know. Apex Jolly's in the chat. So
Jolly's in the chat. Let's go.
No, the pirate's here. The party is just getting started.
Now we're talking. It sounds like D-Live terms. Like, we have pirates in the chat. We have Jollies in the chat.
Yeah, if you kick him out,
Sammy, your stream's offline.
Oh, really?
If you kick him out, would you say you got your Jollies off?
Ooh.
That's a terrible joke. Yes, I know.
Oh, you actually tuned in for the debate? Wow.
I totally Amy Schumered that one.
Middle for Life actually was watching the debate on our stream. I am touched. I didn't even send it to her. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I'll just send it her way and it'd be a nice little thing. She watches the debate with us. And I was going to be here with commentary, but that didn't end up happening. But she's staying for the good stuff, I see. You're staying for the locker room banter.
Metal for life.
No, it's still online, Apex. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
Bro, I clicked on your notification and it started it from the beginning, and there was no comments in the chat.
Oh, really? Well, anyway, so it's interesting that you guys bring up the story about liberal girls going to conservative, because I have an opposite story actually. When I was in high school, I didn't go out with her, but there was this girl who really liked me, and she grew up like in a conservative family, and so she was kind of like a default conservative, to the point where like she and myself and a couple buddies actually like put up Mitt Romney posters across the school in 2012 just to fuck with the Obama kids at the time. But anyway, so she wound up going to CU Boulder in Colorado, which for those who don't know, CU Boulder is notorious for being like a party school and just for being a bit of degeneracy.
Stand back and stand by.
And for some reason, I don't know what happened to her, but she decided to major in dance, basically, her freshman year. So she went in conservative.
What do you want to call him? Go ahead, tell me.
She wound up
Boys. Like, okay, Proud Boys, stand down
coming
and stand
out
back, but we have to worry about Antifa.
literally
You say Proud Boys, stand down and stand back? He did a general command.
Stripper.
He's the general.
I control the Proud Boys, Donald.
In 2016 or
Do not
afterwards,
stand down. Do not.
she went from being like nice and civil to me to now I'm a Nazi, and I'm lucky I didn't sleep with you because you probably would have raped me or something like that. I mean, just.
Well, okay.
Nah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sam. Time out. I knew you had blades in that fucking chair. And I knew you had caltrops and flamethrowers. But you got rape machines in that motherfucker too?
He's probably got rubbers too.
Not to be fucking rude, but like, how would that happen?
He's got.
You have like a dildo attached.
He's
to
got.
the wheelchair, and you put like.
He's got pelvic thrusters in his wheelchair that he flicks a switch and it's like.
No, it's got
fucking. I fucking knew it. Listen, I knew that fucking chair was high tech, but holy shit, Sam.
It's got pistons.
I mean, I'm sure, like if you had a gun or something and said like, hey, you're gonna do this, or I'm gonna shoot you, I guess that could happen. But I mean,
well, I mean, bro, blades and flamethrowers. So I mean, Sammy's a less of a, projectile type. He likes the visceral blades and fire.
Dude, here's a video.
Roman style.
Not to sidetrack, but real quickly, I posted in the chat a video of Gavin and Ryan watching the debate right when a Proud Boy shout out happened. And Gavin's like, what? And Ryan's like, yeah, our general just gave us a command. And Gavin's like, no, I'm the general, Donald. It's funny. Fucking Proud Boys. Still living large in 2020, even after getting jailed. But back to your chair, Sam, or should I say your rape machine? Your rape.
Best podcast moment ever.
Your toxic masculinity on wheels. What was that?
Chad chair.
Right.
The Chad chair. Sammy's Chad chair.
I mean, it looks like, honestly, what did she think you were gonna do? Like, literally, like, like attach like a fucking like a secret motor. You know, like those bikes that have like electric motors in them, like where you can pedal them, but then you can like engage the electric. Like, she probably thinks you have one of those, and like you're at night, and you hear like the creak of the wheels, and it. You charge her.
Iron Man suit that has like great to it.
Oh my god.
Did you say Iron Man suit?
Like, I don't understand how you could imagine that would work out. Like,
Now listen. Now wait a minute. What you guys have to understand is Sammy is secretly sponsored by Tony fucking Stark, and he's got and Elon Musk actually. So he's got some sort of neutron fucking batteries in that shit. So there's no charging necessary. It's like it's free energy that Sam's keeping from us
toxic
for his rape machine.
Did you say it's charged by toxic masculinity?
It's charged by raping.
It's charged by toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
it's fueled by toxic masculinity. And
but Sammy though, did you turn that pink-haired chick down or what? That's what I think happened.
Well, no. So what happened was when I was in Colorado, she was conservative still, and then I left Colorado to move here to Florida. She went to college, and then like we hadn't talked in, I don't know, like 4 or 5. We hadn't talked in like 2 or 3 years.
You blew her off
at that point,
you
and
blew
then
her off.
I mean,
every time Sammy blows off a girl, calls her the B word or the C word, he gains more power.
Here's how this happened, right?
Here's
how this thing happened, all right?
Exactly, Dex.
She realized, look, you went total gangsters, Sam, right? You went and was like, look, fuck this, I'm leaving, I'm going to Florida, fuck this shit. And then, so she got left by a dude in a wheelchair, and she got depressed and then probably eventually became a lesbian because you fucking alphaed her into shame, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian. That's how it happened.
Oh my God, I haven't thought about it that way in all these years, but you're absolutely right. So
hot takes are not so hot on this show, are they?
Yeah.
They just come steaming cooked right.
Sammy, did you have the rape upgrade in your chair when you were with this girl?
Not at that time. So
then so she loved you for you, man. So it wasn't even the piston guided thrust.
He charged her.
Was not installed.
What was that?
The pussy magnet was not installed yet.
Look, people, like some women are so ugly that they turn into lesbians just like out of just last
they can't
hope.
Get laid. They can't
like,
get laid.
Like the last hope for anything. Like look at Megan Rapinoe, right? Like I didn't hear about her being a lesbian until like this last like World Cup.
Dude, I didn't
basically
need that. I just looked at her.
Likely, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Likely what happened was somebody looked at her, hey, does anybody want to fuck me?
Yeah, no pass.
And then it's like, it's like, well, that's it. I'm just gonna become a lesbian.
Well,
have sex with me.
The thing of it is this chick was hot when she was.
Dude, she could be
when she was conservative, but then.
But you were look. She wasn't hot enough for your alphaness. So what had happened was you were just like, fuck it, like, yep, you're not woman enough to handle this.
No,
right?
Handle.
And then you went to Florida. Yeah, you didn't catch it? Okay, anyway.
No, I got it. I got the handle.
So you went to Florida and left her high and dry.
Yeah, she was probably seeing you with all those like ex-porn stars and stuff. And you know what chicks?
Yeah, like you're out there pimping it up in Florida, and then she's like left there to her lonesome with a bunch of other weirdo pink-haired women, and that's it.
Dude,
yeah.
Look at this.
Love
contrast.
the one you're with, right?
These are two soccer players. This is Rapinoe, and this is some other like one. It's like, yeah, like there's a gap here. You want to talk about gaps? The one, okay, Rapinoe.
Alex Morgan's cute.
Are we talking about thigh gaps or?
Well, Alex Morgan's cute.
I thought it was Alex
Morgan.
I've heard of her, well, I've seen her before, if you know what I mean. But look, Megan Rapinoe.
I don't, but I'm still laughing.
If she fixed the hair, grew it out a bit, I mean, look, we are attracted to feminine traits. It is a fact. I don't care what people say. We're more attracted to them. If
Science.
you fix it up, she could have some. They like look. The contrast wouldn't be so sharp. Megan here, is it Megan or Morgan? What'd you say it was?
Morgan's the hot one.
Morgan.
Alex Morgan's the hot
look,
one.
you're not gonna beat it, but you can come a close second. Okay. Okay. Maybe the personality can make up for it. I don't know. But
I was just gonna say that actually, like, if you wanna employ like some, boyish. I don't want to say boyish because that sounds gay, but like less than feminine features outwardly, you better make up for it by your interactions with people.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like, you can express yourself outwardly. Like, okay, a small example. Hold on, a small example is like, I have always worn like super death metal T-shirts that on the surface look super like satanic and anti-Christian and just anti all the things that I actually believe in. But it's like it's a hard, I don't know, that's a hard line to cross, I guess, because some of these dykes that look like dykes aren't actually dykes. They just want to pretend they are. Like,
why would
I grew
you
up
want to?
wanting to I don't know how
trying to
I
play
grew up wanting to
cool.
pretend. It's a counterculture thing, I guess. Like, I grew up
Counterculture,
wanting to
not
be.
getting laid. Like, get out of here. That's
Well, I
like,
don't know.
Like nobody,
Who knows? They may be
nobody
getting
wants
laid.
to fuck me, so I think I'm gonna fuck chicks.
That's what it is.
I mean, I
mean,
don't know
look-
their
look at
motivations,
this.
though.
Like this
you know?
picture of her right here. It's
That's all I'm
like,
saying.
the hair ain't bad. I mean, it needs to be grown out, but like this fucking like hoodie with these like bracelet things that look like kind of duty. It's like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, it's like, I don't get why. Like, let's wind the clocks back 50 years, okay? No, let's not even do 50. Let's do like 30 or 40. You didn't see this shit.
Dude, not even 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, the lesbians then were better than the lesbians now.
I don't know, man. Like, they've always kind of looked,
I know. I'm just being trolly.
Facetious, yeah.
Facetious.
I mean,
Well, here's the thing,
I
too.
think though.
Everyone's
Go ahead, man.
Everyone's a lesbian or bisexual nowadays. Like, at least women. Like, I see that constantly.
But that's the thing, though, man. Is I think that's part of it. I think part of that, like what we were just discussing and what you just said, is that like the people's are so high strung now. And I think this goes back to things I believe we've talked about on this podcast, and I know we talked about on Sammy's podcast, that the generation, both mine and the one growing up now, have all been told by their parents that you're perfect in some degree. No matter what you think, no matter what you are, no matter what you do, you're right, and the world needs to adapt to you in some form or fashion. So those kids are now grown up. And some of us, like me, have taken an inordinate amount of time to break the fuck out of that compared to 50 years ago, let's say. But those that haven't, like these quote unquote lesbians, they're living in an ideology. It's a fantasy land because they think they're living on principle, because what they believe is right, no matter how misguided, no matter how following a trend it may be, they're following their emotions. That's really what it boils down to. And a lot of them will either commit suicide or they'll come out of it either too late or just in time, maybe, or early. Who the fuck knows? But the soccer player who is famous for her soccer and feels a sense of, I mean, she's around my age, I think anyway.
Well,
she feels a sense of like self-importance, and what she does and stands for is going to help people. So it's a
simple fact that
pompousness.
people want to be special.
That's it, right? Everyone feels special because they were told they were their whole fucking life. Right now, again, my generation, and oh man, I just thought of Limp Bizkit. I'm sorry. totally threw me off.
And to circle this back to some other stuff, you see this
Mhm.
picture right here, anybody on the stream? This is a fabulous gay man, conservative, with a hat that says lesbians aren't real. Just remember that conservatives canceled this. Fuck establishment conservatives. You canceled that. That is amazing. That is glorious. That was a saying that when he originally was saying it, I was taken aback by it. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Fast forward, not too much, just a few seconds in the video, and
you're like,
that makes sense. Have some life experience. That makes sense. They aren't real.
I think they might be.
I think a few. A few are. Yeah.
I think they might be, but I think it's just like so much of what's happening. Transgenders. I actually do believe that there are people that are born and grow up, and minus any external input, that they would grow up feeling that they were wrong in the sense that. I don't think that that's not real.
Well,
like,
if you have
I really
a mental
do think
illness,
that's,
it is
it's
very
possible.
real. Yes.
Absolutely. Because, again, right. Because schizophrenia, people that think that they're multiple people, multiple personalities, things like that. I believe those things are absolutely real. So to take away, to totally discredit, like, gay people of both genders, or bisexual people of both. I mean, now the bisexuals are just fucking confused, and most of the gay people on both sides of the spectrum are just fucking confused. But that's where culture plays the part nowadays.
You're the bisexuals, a fucking hole's a fucking hole, man. You ever seen prison?
You said that to me for so many years. A hole is a hole. Yeah, no, there's some different holes out there.
Yeah, traps aren't gay, right?
Yeah.
They just might not care about whether the asshole's on a girl or a guy.
You want to see a horrifying picture?
Well, I won't fuck an asshole, but
you won't bang a girl up the ass?
Would you bang this?
No.
I mean, honestly, if she really wanted me to, I would. But I have not met a girl that has wanted me to.
Look at this. Like, what are we doing? What's going on? Like, say what you will about plastic surgery, but those Hollywood fucking plastic surgeons do a damn good job. That.
What are we looking at? Where are you looking at this at?
Chad's chat. It's also on the stream. What in the God's name? Oh my God.
What that looks like fucking Vox Day Teddy Spaghetti.
It looks like.
Oh, sweet mother of God.
Actually, I should be careful. I see what it looks like. Oh my God. Like, what is going on here? Wait, whoa, what's this? Los Angeles police arrest 2 men, seek another, and attack against 3 transgender women. You know how that's like a talking point amongst the left now? It's like violence against trannies, or specifically black trannies. Why? Like, why is that?
Who cares that much? Who cares that much?
Well, here's the other thing I've seen too. It's like I've seen people brag that, like, oh, I believe I'm a woman, so I'm gonna not tell a man that I'm gonna have sex with that I have a penis. And I actually knew a blind guy, and he was bamboozled in this fashion. And especially when you do that against someone who has a disability that would prevent them from seeing otherwise, and basically put them in that situation.
That's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up.
But you should generally tell someone that, hey, no matter what your politics are, hey, I'm not like this is fucking cliche, but you're not like the other girls because I have a penis.
Well, it's the simple fact of like any relationship is you have expectations going into it. Oh, I expect her to be nice. I expect her to be loyal. I expect him to pay for the first date. I expect him to have a penis and for her to have a vagina. When you don't have
I expect him to be able to do the helicopter on command.
Yeah, like I saw a video. There was like a fucking comment or something on like Reddit or a Facebook post or something, and there was some like trans person who They told their boyfriend, like, they've been dating this guy and they really like him, but they want to have sex. So now he's like saying, "Oh, I'm Christian, so I want to have sex till marriage." Like, if I end up if I was in that situation, I would be fucking livid. If you end up like, if it was like a really passable tranny guy, and you end up like marrying them because you think they're religious, but they just didn't want to tell you they had a penis. Like,
dude, no. I would no. You know what? I would end up a fucking murder-suicide story. In that scenario, if I got tricked that far, I would no.
No. See, oh, by the way, Shovel Point deleted or his message is retracted. He was asking though if that was a she, and I to be honest don't know. We may never know. No, here's the problem I have with what you're saying. You're saying murder suicide. Everybody always tends to say like, oh, if a chick did this to me.
Can I get a wrench actually in the chat before we continue?
A what?
Can I get a wrench in the chat? Sorry.
A wrench
before you continue.
What is this? Like, are we gonna get lemons next?
Well, you gave Donnie one. I'm a regular.
A lemon?
I don't.
Oh, you mean the mod status?
Yeah, wrench. Yeah.
Oh, how do I do that? I forget.
Go and
Should be able to click on my name.
Also, can we get? Well, I don't know if we want Joy to get a Discord cord invite in here.
Yo, did you see one thing about Discord? They have a cool new feature, but it's cucked. It's called communities, where you can make your server in a community, where you can basically it will be publicly visible and discoverable. But the problem I quickly noticed was when I went to do that to our server, I had to stop because it said it would scan your server and get rid of any not safe for work content unless it was in a not safe for work like channel. So I don't like that because Discord's gonna then like get rid of cool stuff.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Get rid of all the good stuff, right? Yeah, and if Jolly comes into Versa, he might. Well, I don't know. DZ still stands, so DZ still stands. So
DZ lasted longer than the Whitfield Report's first Discord.
That's true, but that's because you went meddling in nefarious places. That devious Gavin McGinnis Discord. You know,
Uncle Gavin.
Shame on you.
Discord was lit while it lasted. But what I was saying though is like there's the whole idea of like when there's something that's bad and you're like, oh, I'm gonna like if she does this to me, I'm gonna kill myself, or if like if I don't know, if like the thing with the tranny, like, oh my god, stop wasting your life. Like we're sane people, we're cool people. If we commit suicide, then that means all the crazy people are gonna be the only ones left.
Yeah, and then it makes it look bad too. And they're like, oh, violence against transgender people, like, and that's the thing too. Like, you shouldn't go and kill anyone, but you should also be forthcoming about your lack or inclusion of a penis.
Inclusion.
Does anyone actually remember the episode of Family Guy? And this was years and years and years ago, before the tranny thing was even like a big deal. Before Bruce Jenner when they did the tranny thing. Did anyone see this episode?
The one where who was that? Like Brian King, like who was that Quagmire's like dad?
So basically, like Quagmire, who was one of the main characters, his dad becomes a woman and transitions, and then Brian the dog, the anthropomorphic dog, has no idea that she's related to Quagmire or is a tranny. So he bangs her and then finds out after the fact. And when he finds out, he literally projectile vomits for like 2 minutes on screen, and it's one of the funniest clips ever. And for years no one had a problem with it because like that was the point of the episode. Well, now I guess I guess some activist group actually like managed to get that episode pulled or something because it's seen as transphobic now.
Okay, well, like, let's be real. Like, honestly, if that happened to you, like, and you're a straight person, that'd probably be one of the nicer reactions. And the other thing too is like, unless you are like blind, you would probably notice. Because I've seen, like, I've been unfortunate. I've seen pictures of, whatever they want to call the front hole, the not vagina. That it's pretty easy to understand that this isn't,
It's kind of a hack job, is what you're saying.
and then, like, especially if you did any sort of mouth stuff,
Oh,
you go and tell pretty quickly that that doesn't taste like unless you're a virgin or something, that's not what vagina tastes like, because you're basically an open wound at that point.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, let me lick your open wound, bro.
In other news, Florida man seen firing gun through own windshield while driving. Isn't that more interesting than Oh, there's dash cam footage. Yeah, let's talk about this. This is way more interesting than broken up, nasty, fleshy pussy holes.
Well, here's the thing too. Like, what was he firing? Was it like a pistol, or I mean, even no matter what he's firing, if it's going to be in his car and his windows aren't down,
Oh, it's a pistol.
That even then, that's still going to suck because it's the length of the barrel's not that long.
No.
Like, you're gonna have a hard time, like, unless it's a fucking 22, and even then it's still pretty loud because it's an enclosed space. Like, if you shot in outdoor ranges, it's not that bad. Like, especially if it's like smaller, certain things I've shot without hearing protection at like my friend's backyard before, and it's unpleasant, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But like, I went into like a fucking indoor range before, even with hearing protection, that shit's loud. If you're and that's louder, and those are like larger than generally the inside of a car.
Dude, do you want to hear his reason as to why he did this?
Is it like Bigfoot?
Yeah, you probably have a few of those in Florida. He said the man
Dude, what the fuck?
The man said he opened fire because the other driver flashed a gun at him first.
Oh God, is that true?
I don't know. Did you see Shovel Point's comment? He said the front hole, aka axe wound.
Yeah.
I think it's more like a hatchet job.
Like, honestly, like, that's a really tough thing to deal with because.
Sammy, we can't hear you, buddy.
Oh, is he trying to speak?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, if you have that front hole, like, you have to go and dilate that shit every day too, and apparently it's not
dilate.
Yeah. Oh God.
What do you mean by dilate? Like a pupil?
Yeah, exactly what it sounds like. You have to spread the fucking thing out.
Oh, why?
You have to you have to put like a fucking those things that the people use to gauge their ears. The things people use to gauge their ears. Imagine it for a fake vagina made out of a penis turned inside out. I guess.
I'm speechless. Why do people become trans then? Like, it sounds like so much work. I mean, that's commitment.
Mental illness.
Yeah,
that's why most of them
like,
kill themselves.
Even that level of commitment, like, not everybody, like, can, like, even with a mental illness, like, go through that. I mean, Jesus. That is, God.
Well, bro, it's facilitated. People, well, you're perfect. No matter what, everything you think is great, and the world is the problem.
Well,
you're amazing. You know what I mean?
I
all
think
that
another
shit.
problem too in relation to that is the fact that we live in this world where people think everything's nuanced, nobody can be wrong. It's just a different opinion. No. There are plenty of things that are debatable, but there are plenty of things that are fucking cut and dry. It's like, I just hate this. The left loves to throw out objectivity because you can't win at it. If they can't win at it, get rid of it. Change the rules.
Bros.
Joy in my
Oh,
chat asks, "Can we stop talking about science pussies? I just ate spaghetti and I don't want and I don't
Spaghetti.
want the
Uh-ohs.
and I don't want the nightmares again."
Oh, we give you guys plenty of nightmares here at 1 a.m. I mean, we're gonna have to close out
Well,
soon,
well, I mean, Joy, I'm surprised because I can't even imagine what fucked up shit you dream about. I thought this would be tame.
Well, I love how he
So.
says it's a dream, not a nightmare. Important note there.
Right.
Where the fuck? Okay, when Proud Boys was trending, NBC had a funny article headline about the Proud Boys. Let me find it. Like, it was kind of in relation to something I already mentioned, but just the seeing in the headline was like glorious. Oh, here it is. Proud Boys say they are, quote, standing down and standing by, quote, after Trump's debate call out. Fuck yes. The Proud Boys are just the most lied about group ever. I mean, I feel sorry for these guys.
I don't know. Conservatives are pretty well lied about at this point, especially the modern conservative.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference is, like, conservatives, like, across the board will know, like, the lies spewed about them as a giant group. But there are so many conservatives that condemn the Proud Boys, that believe the lies about them, that aren't willing to stick up for them. Quote unquote conservatives, that's what I should say. It's like, God, it's one thing when, like, one side's against you, but when you have people on your supposedly your own side against you, it's like, that's another level. Also, did anybody see what happened to Brad Parscale? Nobody saw that?
No.
Nobody saw what happened to President Trump's ex-campaign manager and current data operations dude.
Oh, dude, yeah, I did see that.
Oh, him.
Yeah. He is, man. I have a theory, and I see it right here in this Daily Mail article headline confirming my theory, but basically he got really drunk, was going a bit nuts, threatened to shoot himself and kill himself, and apparently hurt his wife days or weeks before, and he's taller than fucking Trump. This dude's a monster.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He's a fucking beast, is right. And he was losing his mind. He loaded a gun, went into his office, and, like, shut the door. His wife heard a bang and didn't know if it was a gun or something else. Freaked out, rightfully so. Called the cops. Thankfully, one of them was a good close friend of his. Called him, talked him out of it, got him outside. They tried to get him on the ground. He wouldn't listen, so the cops came in and fucking, like, tackled his ass. I think the biggest, takeaway here is not what happened to Brad Parscale necessarily. It's two things. Number one is that it didn't take even 24 hours for this body cam footage to come out of Brad Parscale. But George Floyd's body cam footage took, what, freaking half a decade to come out?
Yeah. 6 fucking years? Yeah.
And it's because,
no, I'm right there with you.
Well, and
Go ahead.
Because Keith Antifa Ellerson was holding it. We know he was. There's been reports about that. He was holding it back because it shows that George Floyd probably died of a drug overdose. But the bigger story here is that why is Parscale freaking out, and how the fuck did a ex-campaign manager and, like, guy it's in a high up position in the top tier presidential campaign, re-election campaign, is now on the ground with cops, like, he's shirtless and holding a beer and cops have him on the ground.
Did you see the whole, like, 4-minute video?
I didn't see the whole thing yet. I saw a bit of it because I've been busy.
Dude,
yeah,
I got the whole 4-minute video retweeted on my thing, and the first one that I saw was thanks to DONI. She retweeted it, and it was just when the cops went to the house, and he walked up and he's like, I'm not doing anything, I'm not suicidal, whatever. But there's like 2 minutes before that where they walk up to the wife, and not to be fair, she's blonde, wearing a bathing suit, and her nipples are poking way the fuck out. She's really close to that. She's really close to that body cam, so it's hard to pay attention. And in the background with this nipped, this hard nipped fucking blonde, right in front of the camera. There, I swear to fucking God, there is an African American woman wearing a police officer's uniform that is fucking. She's got to be 4.5. She's got to be 4'8". I don't know. She's standing between two dudes at one point, and she looks like a midget, a literal midget. So I was very distracted as to what the woman was saying. So I had to rewind it 2 or 3 times because tits distracted me. Then the midget lady distracted me. Like, what the fuck is that? What is that officer gonna do? Anyway, back up. Rewind. What was she saying? She claims that he came to the window and she thought she heard a gunshot. So the police walk straight from her down the street to the dude's house where he's sitting on the porch, and he walks up with a beer in his hands up, and he's like, I'm not suicidal. I'm not doing anything. And he's like, he's clearly drunk. He tries to explain. I mean, I'm sure you've heard this part where he's like, I tried to explain to her, and then the cops fucking, like 4 cops fucking come out of the fucking house, and like one of the dudes just spears him. He's just standing there. He already put his beer on the back of his fucking truck, and he's just standing there. They just fucking lift his legs up and fucking put him to the ground. Well, I mean, it looks like a really, really shitty wife situation.
No, I actually disagree. I mean, there could be issues
what it looked
with her.
like.
Well, there could be issues with her. What I think is really happening, because like this is a pretty extreme thing, like that's happening. I think, and I heard, look, there's been pictures going around about him when he was on the campaign. He was taking pictures with like exotic cars, like Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and like living high off the hog. And I'm like, this is very excessive. There's a little bit wrong here. And after seeing this, getting super drunk like this and getting into arguments with the wife and the gun, all that, and suicidal stuff, it all sounded like money trouble to me. The arguments with the wife, the suicidal stuff, and sure enough, with all these claims, and he got booed as campaign manager, but there were a lot of people speculating that he was shifting money around, and I was hearing that he supposedly like shifted like $39 million out of the campaign to one of his companies. And here's a Daily Mail reporting saying hospitalized Brad Parscale is under investigation for stealing up to $40 million from Trump's campaign. And that's what I thought. I thought he's probably freaking out because the walls are caving in. He's in a corner. He's fucked, and he's like freaking out. That's what I think.
Do you think? I mean, that's actually a fair point and a good observation. But do you think though that she would be in on that? Or do you think that she's okay? I mean, really, what I'm trying to get at is, do you think she's just trying to throw him under the bus for something they both know about, instead of, I guess I don't know. I mean,
I know what you mean. It's like, did she know? Was she complicit in it?
And is she just now trying to get out of it? Is she just trying to throw him under the bus? That's kind of what it felt like to me, knowing the little bit that I know about the whole, because I don't really know much about the dude. I mean, I watched that video twice before I knew even who he was, like made the connection. I just thought it was just body cam with some random fucking white dude and his wife with fucking, titties poking out. And some random fucking midget cop in the background. It was very confusing to me at first. But yeah, that's my question.
It looks like a bad porno to Apex, basically.
Shut your mouth. You shut your dirty mouth, Sammy.
Yeah, there's tits, there's handcuffs, there's brutality.
There's short black women.
There's pushing and shoving.
There's
and...
tall white men, I guess. I don't know.
What porno you watch. But I think though it is it's possible she knew. I mean, I tend to think, look, if he is in many ways, I kind of think she either knew or she was at least suspicious, because if he's coming back with these expensive cars and he's probably giving her expensive shit, she's probably wondering, okay, where's this money coming from? I know you have a good job and all that, but like, this is a lot of money. or maybe he was just stashing money and didn't buy a lot of big stuff. I don't know. It is very possible she knows. But I don't know, because like if they're arguing, they could be arguing about, hey, we need to stop this. Hey, maybe he's arguing about how the walls are caving in on him. I don't know. I do know. I think for almost certain that Heath is freaking out right now because he knows he's in trouble, and he doesn't see a way out, and he knows he's fucked.
Perhaps, yeah. I'm gonna find that tweet of mine and I'm gonna post it in the chat because when I rewatch, I can't remember it verbatim, but it definitely 100% seemed like she was more shady than him. And I mean, admittedly, he was drunk, but like when you watch the first part connected with the second part, like detached, the second part, you could make all kinds of speculation, but the way she described it just doesn't, I don't know, man, it doesn't sit well with me. The way, again, when I was able to actually focus on what she was saying and like the context of it all, I'm like, it seems like, I don't know, man.
I think he's also in massive debt. I think there's a lot of stuff going on because why would he steal so much money other than just greed? I think there's a debt aspect, and given the suicidal thoughts, somebody was saying that like he had PTSD, but like he's never served. Sure, but I guess my point though is like I don't know how long they've been married, but if they've been married, especially since was campaign manager or before that, I would assume before that, she has to be privy to the things he's been party to. And so now when things start to go south is when she's like, oh, okay, I'm still an attractive 30-something-year-old fucking woman. I'm going to throw this fucking lunatic under the bus who's losing his mind right now because things are kind of going crazy. And I'll take everything that he has left. Assumedly, I mean that's me filling in some blanks there. But what about the
that's
cuts
just what
and
if
bruises on her?
I didn't see any in the video that I saw.
Well, apparently they're pretty visible and they're on her face.
No, I didn't see it, dude. She was fucking good. I had literally had to fucking rewatch the video like 3 or 4 times because like I'd make it halfway through or like a quarter of the way through, and I'm like, fucking, why are those nipples so hard? Does she have nipple piercings? And then I'd like rewind it and I'd be like, no, there's no piercings under there. And I'd rewind it again and I'd like try to rewatch it and like, wait a minute, that black lady in the background is like 4 feet tall. Wait, back it up. So yeah, I legit had to watch it like 6 times.
It says there's large contusions on both of her arms, her cheeks, and forehead.
Okay. Well, I didn't see any in the video, and admittedly, I was very distracted, as I've tried to make clear. But that's obviously not good either. But again, when you watch it in full context, from the time the body cam starts to the time they, get over there and he comes over and they fucking tackle him I don't know why they all came running up and tackled him. What they found, I thought maybe they found like a fucking dead body when I first watched the thing.
He wasn't complying with their commands, and since he was suicidal and they don't know what the fuck was going through his head, he wasn't.
That's interesting.
I didn't see any non-compliance though.
He wasn't their commands. Where's Black Lives Matter flipping out about this?
I know, right?
I have a question though. How did we get from all this? How did we get from the debates to all this random stuff?
I don't know. It's just
because we talked about the debates, Sammy.
Yeah, the debates. Yeah, this shit's interesting.
Yeah, we.
Well, I mean, the former campaign manager of Donald Trump is sort of. I mean, it's at least tangentially relevant to.
Kind of a big deal.
No, it is. I mean, so. Here's a question. So. Predictions for the next debate, which I believe is between
2 weeks.
Oh, is it the VP one?
It's a 2-week one. Yeah, it's 2 weeks from now, right?
Yeah,
Or
and
maybe, yeah.
yeah, 2 weeks, and I think it's between Harris and Pence,
Yes.
right?
I think it's on October 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that
Um.
that one will be as entertaining, but it might be. Maybe Pence has learned some troll tricks from the old Don.
Dude, the Silver Fox was killer last time. He knows his
Oh
shit.
yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it's
October
bedtime.
7th.
I need to make some music.
Well, we're gonna close out this stream. We've gone all
Yeah,
over
let's do that.
the place, which is nice. I like it. It's fun.
Hell yeah.
But
I mean, we even
getting
brought
really
in
late.
the fake Mr. Medicare video.
We did. We talked about partiality
Yeah.
and tackle. We talked about hatchet jumps. We talked about rape machines. I will always now think of your wheelchair as a rape machine. You should play the song.
Listen,
Rape Me.
I have spent. I'm not even joking, you guys. I have spent close to 2 years looking at Sammy as a modern Roman death machine, but I will not look at it as anything else but a Roman death rape machine from here forward.
Yeah, like
Rape / death machine. Rape first. Rape first. For sure.
Comes for the parties. Oh god, I shouldn't say that.
Do it. Oh my god.
I think you guys can fill in a blank, but anyway, I'm
Yeah,
just
fill in that
messing
one.
around. Just fucking around. Hydraulic wheel chariot, yes. Shovel
Have-
gets
have-
it.
Have I been showing you guys pictures of what it looks like?
No, we need to keep that like a mystery.
We should have the fans.
I know what it looks like. That's why I know. That's why I speak so confidently about its fucking capacity to kill.
Would
Now,
you say?
You know what? The only thing I missed was its capacity to rape.
Now we should have the
And I
fans
can't believe it.
what they think that his wheelchair of female, female or toxic masculinity wheelchair, what that looks like. Should have fans at those.
A toxic masculinity powered wheelchair.
Hear that, people in chat? Submit it. Like get us some shit. So put in our Discord. Links in the description. DM it to us on Twitter. What was that? You keep cutting it out. Like I can never hear you, Alex.
You can do the Twitter.
Yeah, go on. We have our link right in the description for Twitter. It's at Versa News Media. Tag us, DM us, do what you want. Send us your fan art of what you think Sam's wheelchair looks like. There's toxic, or what a toxic masculinity wheelchair would look like in the Whitfield occupancy. How's that sound?
It would honestly would probably look like a James Bond vehicle or something like that.
Well, we will have to let the fans come up with their ideas, and we will decide. If they come up with a James Bond device with like smoke grenades and harpoons and I don't know, like fucking like bulletproof like tires, and it probably like drives itself too, it's like an autonomous one. That can be one angle. You could also go for the Roman chariot route with like spears and axes and all kinds of like medieval shit. Like you can get medieval.
It's the wheel blades, bro. The wheel blades is where it's at.
Yeah.
Those are for sure. Those for sure exist. I know that for a fact.
Sam just like strolls into a room like, I'm gonna go medieval on your ass.
How do you think he makes it to the front of every fucking line he's ever been in?
Dude, that's some privilege right there, Sam. You have privilege, sir. Not just because you're white and you're male, but you can just sidestep any line. Be like, excuse me, wheelchair coming through.
You know what?
Don't make me pull the blades out, you motherfuckers.
You know what? That is actually, unfortunately, a legitimate thing the SJWs have told me, that that my crippled privilege outweighs their, black, female, whatever oppression.
That's racist.
I mean, to be fair,
that is racist as fuck, man.
I used to have this friend who was in a wheelchair, and we went to Hershey Park once. I never had to stand in a fucking line.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
there are advantages.
Cripple privilege is real.
Right, you just gave the left like so much ammunition to validate that point. Great going, guys. Very cool.
Sammy, the left is not like a real entity. It's like, I mean, there are people that exist there, and it is an easy nomenclature, but I have to express caution to all of my friends in this chat and everyone that happens to be listening to not categorize people and to do your best to communicate with them and not just lump them into what you assume they, their ideals might be based on arbitrary or, minimal substantial arguments, because it's happening far too often. It's why I can't get through to my closest friend in the world. It's why I feel like there's such a divide now, because it happens on both sides.
You know what can bring us together? The Cinderella's Coach wheelchair cover set by Disguise, only $35 at Shop Disney. Sam, Merry Christmas.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Sam, you got a P.O. Box, right? Gig Harbor, Washington?
Yeah, send it to PO Box 83182, Gig Harbor, Washington.
Imagine it goes to like Owen instead. What the fuck is this bullshit, man? Is this the pedophiles trying to turn me gay?
Well, speaking of Owen, just real quick, before we end the stream, he lets his children drink out of his little kiddie pool for his ducks. And anybody that knows anything about anything knows that that is fucking disgusting. He posted it on a stream of his child dipping his face in his duck's pool. Not even a pond, it's a pool. There's like 4 gallons of water in this fucking thing. And ducks are disgusting. And the bears have attacked me because your immune system. Oh, germs are good for you. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
but letting your children drink shitty duck water willingly is not the same as letting them drink out of a water hose or accidentally drinking lake water or something like that.
Before we dive down that rabbit hole too much, I'm gonna end this so that we have a clear cutting point. But enjoy the conversation as always, guys. We were shooting a show for 4.5 hours. So thank you guys for tuning in. You can like, share, subscribe this channel, Versa News Me, if you want more crazy shit like this and you want more people to hear crazy shit like this and fight the YouTube algorithms and the censorship. And you can also
share with your friends.
Share with your friends. Yes, share with your friends if you have any. I certainly don't. Share them with...
Subscribe to the Whitfield Report as well, and check us out on YouTube and DLive and Apple Podcasts as well.
Yes, I was just about to plug that, but I think you did a better job because you knew I was gonna butcher it again. You're like, nope, not gonna let that happen.
Also do yourselves a favor and stay away from the Apex_Gamma Twitter account, because it is cancer, and
instead
you will
should
die
go to
of cancer.
At Sam_NGC GWC
NGC, yeah.
At SamW_NGC.
Mm-hmm. You had it right.
Anyway, we will see you guys later. Have fun.
Good night, everybody.
We'll do another one of these debate streams, and we'll see you later. Wash your hands.
Adios, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and God bless.